Nigeria 2021 to 2030. December 1, 2020, President Muhammadu Buhari launched National Gas Expansion Program. This program na to give work, make money, and to give solution to all the energy palava dem. Nigeria National Gas don dey comot from flaring to fortune o. My people, this na the time to embrace Nigeria National Gas o, because why? E get reserve of over 203 trillion cubic feet. Gas go dey available and affordable. Na the Minister of State for Petroleum, N.I.P.S, dey lead the team. GMD N.I.P.S, Executive Secretary NCDMB, and other agency head dem join body to deliver this mandate. As me and you dey talk so, deal on top $10 billion 27 gas expansion don dey. Gas transportation network code don begin happen, plus including other development dem like gas flaring commercialization program, Ajaokuta Kaduna Kano gas pipeline, auto gas initiative, capacity building, integrated gas handling facility Oredo Edo State, etc. No be small thing o. Micro distribution center launch for 774 local government be the next thing wey go happen. Even sef, conversion of motor to dual fuel usage go follow. Nigeria go gas na to unlock the economy to boom again.
When the world thinks of energy and Nigeria, it thinks of the nation's vast oil reserves that have helped power the global economy, improving the lives of hundreds of millions of people over many decades. But the way energy is currently provided and used is contributing to climate change. And whilst the output and efficiency of emerging energy sources are increasing rapidly, global energy demand is growing at an even faster rate. A reliable energy source is still needed to guarantee consistency of supply. It's time to turn the spotlight on Nigeria's most abundant energy resource and the smart choice for the future: natural gas. For more than 20 years, Nigeria LNG has demonstrated gas's potential as a compelling energy frontier for the nation. And now, NLNG takes center stage as a catalyst for the Nigerian federal government's landmark initiative, the Decade of Gas. Highlights of the company's many outstanding successes have included helping to reduce flaring from the country's oil operations from 65% to 12%, becoming one of the world's largest suppliers of LNG, meeting significant global energy demand, and providing a major source of foreign earnings for the nation. A Nigerian company that's built a world-class reputation for safety, reliability, and excellence, and built it with a 100% homegrown and diverse management team. A team that now stands ready to lead Nigeria through the energy transition with confidence, both at home and on a global stage. As we look to preserve our planet for the next generation, developing a sustainable energy mix for the future, we need to build an energy bridge to that future. A bridge powered by abundant supplies of cleaner, cheaper, reliable natural gas, with Nigeria LNG at its core. With construction of Train 7 underway and plans for further trains in the future, Nigeria will boost its production of LNG by 35%, attracting some $10 billion in foreign direct investment, driving Nigerian content development as it fosters enterprise and opportunity along the gas value chain. Providing more than 12,000 new jobs at the peak of construction and ramping up supplies of domestic cooking gas to homes and businesses. And being a major force for good, with many social investments in our host communities, such as Bonny Community Health Insurance Program, Bonny Malaria Elimination Program, and the construction of the Bonny Bodo Road, one of the country's biggest CSR projects to link Bonny Island to the mainland. Natural gas will power the nation with abundant supplies of cleaner, cheaper, and reliable energy, fertilizing food production, lighting up our communities, roads, and powering our railways. And transforming the lives of millions of Nigerians. And as we continue to support the growth and development of the sustainable energies of the future, the value of gas will also continue to grow as the smart partner for that sustainable future. A low to net zero carbon world is now a real possibility. For Nigeria, for Africa, for humanity. At Nigeria LNG, we're committed to the decade of gas,
Your Excellency,
helping us all to find the light.
Thank you again. I am Team N.I.P.S Media. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the fifth and final day of the Nigeria International Petroleum Summit 2021. One of the last events to happen before the global lockdowns, and one of the first to happen as the world begins to gradually return back to normal from the fall of the world, the coronavirus. Today we take a dive into the decade of gas. We look at what Nigeria has done well, what we need to do better, and the things that need strengthening. As the Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Shibajo, said some time ago that we're gradually transitioning from oil to gas, and the GGM yesterday also said it. That's very soon we'll start getting associated oil instead of looking and getting associated gas, because gas is what we're heading for. The International Energy Agency heaped a lot of praises on Nigeria for our year of gas in 2020 and our decade of gas that was launched this year. Things like the gas networking code, things like the N.I.P.S, which video we've been watching since, the National Gas Expansion Program. Though there was a bit of instability across the globe, according to IEA, in terms of gas resources, Nigeria enjoyed a fair amount of stability, and we're ranked higher in terms of in that regard than most African gas producers. I take a quote from that report, the IEA report Q1 2021. Natural gas demand in Africa was relatively stable in 2020, with a limited decline estimated at 0.6 year-on-year, principally due to the positive contributions of Nigeria and Algeria. Lower exports weighed on production, which declined by about 3% in 2020. Nigeria, the region's largest LNG exporter, had stable export at close to 28 BCM in 2020, despite the COVID-19 pandemic impact globally. While domestic consumption reportedly increased by 6%. It's not reportedly, IEA, it increased. We know it increased. Anyways, so they attribute that to things like the gas network marketing code. They attributed it to things like declaring the year 2020 the year of gas by the President and the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources. They did also attribute that to the National Gas Expansion Program. But the fact is that there is an increase. Only a few days ago, the Nigeria LNG had an event where they signed deals with, I think, 3 companies to also increase their contribution to the domestic gas utilization. They're increasing the obligation to the domestic market. They already have it on a commendable percentage, but working towards adding to that with these recent signings of, I think on Tuesday it was. So yes, we're making steady progress, and not forgetting that gas is a much cleaner, cheaper fuel. It is something that as the MD of Nigeria LNG will always say it, you'll find gas everywhere you look, whether be it in manufacturing, in agriculture, in the automotive industry. Wherever you look, you find gas, because in every of those industries, you either need gas to power, or you need gas in agriculture for fertilizers and food and all of that. It's 3 minutes to the time we're starting this morning, so I welcome all of you. I hope you rested well. Those who were at the dinner, I hope you also rested well. You enjoyed yourself yesterday evening. Today, we'll begin with a keynote presentation, a special address, if you like, by the Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Department of Petroleum Resources. Then that will take us into a panel session. We'll run through that session into a session where we'd listen to the MD of LNG, the MD of Shell Nigeria Gas, the Senate Committee Chair on Gas, the Honorable Minister of State, Petroleum Resources. We'll move into the gas session 1, then we have gas session 2, that's gas debate sessions. And of course, we go into quick presentations around the value chain of gas. We will then come and talk about the most anticipated, the thing that is exciting the industry the most, the Nigeria LNG Train 7. And after that, we'll have the governors of oil producing states take center stage and spotlight some of the issues in that regard. After that, we'll serve some drinks and warm up for the closing concert of the evening, where we have one of Nigeria's brightest singing youngsters and one of Nigeria's finest stand-up comedians, who will be entertaining you tonight, alongside something that for the first time we are giving a name, a challenge that seeks to appreciate the skills of individuals who are willing and bold enough to share their amazing talents with us at N.I.P.S. We will reward you, will appreciate you for sharing your talents with all of us. We would have a few gifts to give away. Some might include cash gifts cash gifts. Let me stop at cash gifts. I was going to throw in the key of a Rolls Royce, but I thought cash is okay. When you get the cash, you can buy a Rolls Royce and they range together. So when you get the cash, decide what you want to buy, Maybe a Bentley, maybe a house in Asokoro, Banana Island. Where that be, what I'm saying? Where that be? Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that is the rundown for the morning, and I'm going straight into the very first presentation. Can we please have our speakers in the room now, Kunle and the team? We are looking at DPR briefing, independent and marginal oil fields development status in Nigeria and its role in our gas-powered economy. So these are the things that we're looking at in this first session. After the director's presentation, we will go into that panel session that I spoke about, and that begins our morning. So, Kunle, can we have our speakers in the room? Richmond is set to go. Let us begin the journey for this morning. The earlier we start, the quicker we finish. Please put your phones on vibration or silence to be appreciated. I had somebody's phone ring now. The Department of Petroleum Resources helped the government and the people of this nation through the marginal field bid round raise a substantial amount of money at a time when government needed all the money it could get to run the economy in the midst of the global pandemic. So while many countries, if you recall at the opening ceremony, one of the ministers said they suspended quite a number of things in their country to see the trajectory of the COVID-19 pandemic. But our government, our industry was working, kept working, and the DPR also kept pushing through all of that pandemic, ensuring many thought that the marginal field bid round was not going to be a success because of the pandemic. But led by our next speaker, the team at the Department of Petroleum Resources soldiered on and delivered to the industry and to the nation a marginal field bid round like we have not seen in recent times, and a huge success story in terms of the process and the income generated for the industry. That said, I would now like to welcome to talk to us on the status of this marginal fields in our industry. Please join me in welcoming the one I call the team manager at the Department of Petroleum Resources, Director and Chief Executive Officer. Welcome, Engineer Seiki Onwalo.
Over the years, the Department of Petroleum Resources (DPR) has been carrying out its mandate of supervision and regulation of the Nigerian oil and gas industry, the cornerstone of our country's economy. It has built an enviable platform with highly trained manpower to carry out these responsibilities that cut across the value chain of the upstream, midstream, and downstream of the industry. Today, DPR and its leadership is still bringing up new and excellent innovations to see to the optimum performance of the industry, bringing down the cost of production, increasing revenue to government and the population. Our service instruments of licenses, permits and approvals enable business and create opportunities for investors in the Nigerian oil and gas industry. Yes, DPR is here for you. For more information on DPR, please visit our website www.dpr.gov.ng, Twitter at DPR Hotline, and Instagram at DPR Hotline. Telephones +234 1279 0000 and 1903 7150.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know whether a protocol has been established. If not, I would like to welcome all the distinguished personalities, captain of the industries, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. The topic that I need to talk about is the Nigeria's decade of gas as pivotal role for the independent and marginal field operators. The ANCO and the MC talk about the recent marginal fields conducted by the department. And I would like to take you through how this is connected to the decade of gas. I think it's important to put the slides on. Let's have the slides on. Good. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have 6 headings. I would like to just share with you what the decade of gas means to Nigeria as it relates to what we've done. And I will also discuss with you levers for attaining the gas-powered economy by 2030. As we say, we are going to have a decade of gas, and we indeed have a decade of gas. Then the evolution and role of the marginal fuel and independent producers to achieve this, and a lot of opportunities that exist as a result of this. And I will discuss some enablers that will get in this. So, let me start with decade of gas, what it means. There's a clear vision for this country. And this vision was put together in 2017. And the vision is to be an attractive gas-based industrial nation, giving primary attention to meeting local gas demand requirements and developing a significant presence in the international market. That's our country's vision. The presidential declaration, that is when we declare 2020 as the year of gas in Nigeria, it was a bold statement to demonstrate our administrative resolve that gas development and utilization should be a national priority. Now we are going to step further to dedicate this decade to industrialize Nigeria using gas. The President continued to say that our major objective for gas sector is transforming Nigeria into industrialized nation whose gas plays a major role through an entrenched accelerated gas revolution. This is what our Mr. President said. So this is what it means for us to have a decade of gas. So ladies and gentlemen, this is what we want to see. From using woods to cylinders, firewoods to gas burners, dark MAF to highly illuminated cities, from jerry cans along the road to auto gas, and from non-industrialized economy to industrialized economy. This is actually the picture of the vision we want. This is what it means for Nigeria. And I'm sure that we mean business to say this and we will achieve it. So, what is our national aspiration? This we've been saying it. We want to grow the reserve of oil to 40 billion barrels. This is very close to achieving it. Not necessarily by exploration alone, by getting the recovery methods. If we implement secondary or tertiary recoveries, we grow the reserve, we will achieve that. Then grow the gas reserve to 220 TCF by 2030, and also the oil production, 3 to 4 million barrels. Then for midstream, we want to see how we will create and promote refinery revolution through domestic refining, domestic gas supply, extinguish the player, as well as monetize the gas. Then for downstream, I don't want to say the regulation, we want price freedom so that people do have a choice of energy. Then we liberalize the market and provide alternative fuels. Again, you need to have an integrated distribution network as well as product supply mix and sufficiency. So how do we achieve this? There are levers. And levers to achieve this is to grow the reserve, because that is the tank which we will get everything so that people will take advantage of the resource. And we have to make the gas available to domestic market. And there must be an infrastructure to ensure that. And we have to have a focused export so that we have the needed forex. And we need to really take care of what we flare. So these levers, it will enable us to have a gas-powered economy. Let me just give you just a view of how we are faring from 2018, 2019 to 2020. The baseline data tell us that there's a progress year in, year out. From 2018, with respect to reserve growth, with respect to production, to export, and even to flare. Now, by 2020, we are looking just flaring about 8.7, which reduces from 10.18. So this is just a pictorial to tell you that, yes, there is a progress, and we are making progress. So, when you look at the snapshot of the reserve growth, you can see that, yes, we are growing the reserve. And how are the independent, that is the marginal field guys and the independent producers, how are they pairing? You look at their contribution, the independent companies contribute 33%, and 30% to the National Oil and Gas Reserve, respectively. For oil, it grew from 2.3 billion barrels to about 12 billion barrels. For gas, the reserve grew from 11 TCF in 2005 to about 61.5 TCF. So steady growth in gas reserve of indigenous and marginal operators illustrate the appetite for the independent to create value for gas. An increase in reserve both due to inorganic growth, that is acquisition and divestment, and organic growth due to accelerated appraisal and development efforts. So when you look at the production, you see that yes, there's also a growth in production, and most importantly, it is the marginal and indigenous operators that are satisfying our domestic gas supply. I think this slide, it means a lot, the slide, because when you look at it, why independent are well positioned, why marginal are well positioned to really help us achieve this gas-powered economy. The energy transition and the clamor for decarbonization by the international oil companies, it gives opportunity for our own local companies, indigenous producers, and marginal fuel operators to really get more and diversify from what they acquire. The local market has a lot of opportunities for them because, across the value chain they can play, and we see how some of them grow. The national agenda favors them because indigenous operators are more inclined to put more money where their mouth is. And when you look at the export orientation of the multinational, is to satisfy their stakeholders. Most of the stakeholders that bring the investment, they needed the product. So if you turn it around, he who plays the pipe dictates the tune. So when you look at the deliberate policy of Nigerian government over the years from 1990, you see the growth of our indigenous participants and indigenous operators. Within 10 years, from 1990 to 2000, 30 blocks were awarded on sole-risk basis, and that is when the indigenous operators were introduced. 2003 to 2004, that is when the first marginal field bid operatorship program was introduced. 2005 to 2007, there's a major licensing round in which a lot of indigenous companies were considered. 64 blocks were awarded to indigenous companies. Then 2009 onwards, a lot of international oil companies made divestment, and this divestment, the assets mostly were acquired by indigenous companies. And today, 2020 to this year, 2021, we just conclude 57 field award exercise. So you see, this is a deliberate national agenda in which we produce the like of companies that start local, go international, companies that start with only one well, they became vertically integrated companies, companies with nothing, now with refineries, gas processing plant, export, fully indigenous, fully integrated. I think this deliberate policy of government, it is really working. So, what is the footprint of this? When you look at the map, you see the footprint from 1993 to 2014. You see that every year there is an increase. In 1993, only the yellow spot When you see 1998, the yellow spot increases with some red rashes. 2004, we have much more, even into the deeper water. And 2014, we still have more. So the footprint of our indigenous operators and marginal field operators is really getting more and more. What it means is that we are taking the bull by its horn. So let me just give you synopsis of the 2020 marginal field. The objective, as explained, is to deepen the participation of Nigerian companies in the upstream segment of the industry. And the principle is to get indigenous companies to participate, to grow the reserve, and at the same time, to create wealth and grow revenue. And the resource is to attract credible investors. And these investors will only come with technical and financial capability, which will enhance the local capacity. And the key is to see how we can develop the asset in record time. And the structure we follow was highly electronics. I can say this is one of the big advantages of COVID-19. Today, these are the fields that we offered, 57. And you can see that significant proven oil and gas reserve for the assets. And we issue the award. And when you look at the terrain, the offshore and swamp, they are much more, but very few percentage on land. So ladies and gentlemen, how do we really get this thing done? We have learned from what happened in the past. The 24 marginal field awarded, we know there is issue of funding, there are issues of corporate governance and financial stewardship, there's a lot of issue of partnership, non-commitment to work program obligation, most of the previous or marginal field holders. In fact, synergy with the IOCs and major operators, we found it to be more like very, very insignificant. Then crude handling and transportation cost, it remained a big problem. So we learned from that. Then security and crude losses. These were major lessons that we learned. And what do? We now take these lessons, we change it. First, we look at the best to come together to eliminate the issues with respect to partnership. So we improve the bid modalities by really making it electronic. And we also do a rigorous technical and commercial evaluation with a lot of in-depth due diligence, utilizing all relevant government agencies with respect to background check of the ultimate beneficiaries of the companies seeking to have these assets. Then we do right pricing for the assets. I'm sure the bidders will look at it to get the right pricing, and we get the bidders to offer. And we use the offer that we submit from the bidders, we consider it to be market price, and our own evaluation to have the real good and valuable consideration for the asset give us a benchmark. Then we now identify people that we think they have similar view on the asset, put them together in form of SPV, Special Purpose Vehicle. Then we advance the award with the template on how they will come together. And we've already engaged in advance the OML holders to get the farm out agreement, to get other things that will enable early re-entry of the field. Then we will now go for, early development, and we will definitely use performance incentive and consequence management. We started with that because those assets that were issued in 2003 that were not performed, consequence management was applied on them. So it shows that we will not allow any asset to remain dormant. So how is this linked with the decade of gas? We know when we enter this field, we will have a lot of investment. We can see it even from the impact that the application process really have to our economy. We want to create wealth, infrastructure, get products, get more of the services, grow the GDP in addition to adding employment. These things are things that our indigenous participants will surely bring. And we look at crystallizing the upstream, midstream, and downstream of the entire assets that are on offer, and of course, indeed, the entire opportunities in the industry. So we know there is gap in production. As I said, we are trying to see how we can grow the reserve by increasing the recovery factors through reservoir studies and identifying the best EOR or IOR that will enable us to do this. So we feel there's a gap there. So, and that gap presents opportunity. There's always opportunity to produce more, which creates more opportunities for investment and services. Most importantly, as we issue the award, we know there is need for well re-entries, walkovers, and several things like that. So, and the development of marginal fuel, as we want to accelerate it, it will bring about a lot of opportunities. So when you relate this also to midstream gas, you see that there's additional issue of supply, distribution and supply. So cross-national pipeline network is an opportunity. The flare volume that we are eliminating is an opportunity, and as well as potentials in services for creating pipes, power, the industry, and creating of industrial park and the rest. And when you look at the downstream gas, what this our indigenous and marginal producers will do, the gap exists when you look at the distribution, when you look at the penetration of the LPG, CNG, and domestic LNG, and the network itself, it requires, there's a gap there. And the potential is a lot solution can come through virtual pipeline, pending the completion of the critical pipelines and getting the distribution. So ladies and gentlemen, when you look at the manufacturing, we have a lot more opportunities also. We know we require a lot of pipes, and this pipe is a gap which investment can come in. A shortfall of cylinders is another opportunity, and the capacity for the fabrication and design even is another opportunity, is a gap which need to be closed. So, ladies and gentlemen, we need to really take advantage of this opportunity as the present government has enabled investment and growth through good policy, with the refinery revolution, the gas decade initiative, the improved business environment, and the liberalization of the sector. And this is the reason why, quoting Mr. President again, he said that Nigeria is ready and accessible for investment from all interested countries, individuals and partners. He said, let him assure you and your investment are secured in Nigeria and a high return on investment is assured. A president can say this, I'm sure there is no doubt that the opportunity exists and we need to take advantage of that. For the leader of the industry, the Honorable Minister of Petroleum Resources, he mentioned a desired outcomes. And he said, I quote him, growth in the oil and gas sector in Nigeria is inevitable. And this can only happen when we work together for the national economic development, we have stability in the growth of the industry, and we have partnership and investment. 2 days ago, we were talking about collaboration, partnership, working together, and this is actually how the industry will grow. For us in DPR, we always say that we are not just regulators. We are opportunity house and business enablers. The license we issue guarantees investment. The permit enable participation. While all activities, it has to be authorized by our approval. Indeed, we enable the first floating LNG by issuing the license, getting it ready, opening it up for the world to know that the opportunity is so much more that we can take advantage of this opportunity. So in conclusion, I can say that Nigeria's human and natural resource, coupled with being Africa's largest economy, place us at a vantage position for investment and participation. Nigeria is positioned to optimally develop its oil and gas resources for the benefit of 200 million shareholders. Indigenous operators have significant role to play. Government aspiration and policy thrust of the decade of gas underpin the drive for investment across the value chain. While driving for investment from all quarters, both foreign and local, we believe that real value-added in-country development can surely be enabled through driving by independent participation. Government will support indigenous and marginal field operators to grow, share, and enhance participation in the sector for wealth and value creation. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a special announcement. And this special announcement, I feel this is the best forum to make that announcement. Declaration of National Gas Reserve Position for 2021. Under the leadership of Mr. President, His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, who is also the Honorable Minister of Petroleum Resources, and under the steer of the Honorable Minister of State, Chief Dr. N.I.P.S Silva, I'm happy to announce that a critical lever to achieve the decade of gas is progressing steadily, because we surely do have gas reserve growth. First, Nigeria attained the target of 200 trillion cubic feet of gas of 2P reserve by reserve declaration as at 1st January 2019, before the 2020 target. Thereafter, government set a target to attain the reserve position of 220 TCF by 2030. As a department, we have continued to drive industry performance to grow reserve through dedicated gas exploration, deep drilling, optimal appraisal, field studies, and improved oil recovery. It is therefore my pleasure to formally declare the National Gas Reserve position as at January 1st, 2021 at this important forum. So, ladies and gentlemen, I, Engineer Sarki Awalu, the Director, Chief Executive Officer of Department of Petroleum Resources, by the powers conferred upon me by the Petroleum Drilling and Production Regulation 1969 as amended, and other powers enabling me in that respect, hereby declare as follows. Nigerian Natural Gas Reserve, as at 1st January 2021, stand at 206.53 trillion cubic feet of gas. The natural gas reserve, as at January 1st, 2021, the associated gas stand at 100.73 trillion cubic feet of gas, and the non-associated gas stand as 105.8 trillion cubic feet of gas, totaling 206.53 trillion cubic feet of gas. Further details will be provided on our website. So, ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria welcome you, and we assure you of continuous support to ensure that your business is highly enabled and the opportunity you need to have is created. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me. Thank you very much.
"2030 target met now." Amazing. The industry and gas is making progress. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, let me welcome the panel members for this session. Let me begin by welcoming the Managing Director and Chief Executive of Shoreline Natural Resources Limited, Dr. Ladi Bada. Doc, your seat, please. Let's welcome Dr. Bada. Joining him is the Chief Financial Officer for Walter Smith Petroleum Oil Limited, Mr. Alex Osho. Mr. Osho, please take your seat. The General Manager Subsurface for Ondo Energy Resources, Mr. Babafemi Onosoya, is on the panel. You're welcome. Take your seat, please. Thank you. Acting Managing Director, Platform Petroleum Limited, John Anim, is on the panel. Please take your seat. Thank you. Assistant Director, Department of Petroleum Resources, Abel Nsa, is on the panel. Please take your seat. And the Manager, Corporate Communications for Chevron Nigeria and Sub-Saharan Africa, is our moderator, Mr. Adeshola Adebanwo. Please take your seats and drive this session. Mr. Adebanwo, sir, the screen in the middle is your friend. Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to this very session that promises to be as exciting as they come. The Director and CEO of DPR has made a brilliant presentation which we are going to attempt to dissect and speak to on this panel. The panel has been robustly introduced. As you can see also, you can check the program leaflets in your hands for further backgrounds of the profiles of the persons here present. But if we do have time, we will take questions from the audience. But if we do not, we're just going to hope that the analysis of the panel here will suffice, and hopefully we can address most of the questions that probably are in your mind. So, without much further ado, I'm going to begin with you, Dr. Bada. Okay? The director has spoken robustly about the decade of gas, and it's apparent that the focus of government is to drive the economy through gas. And now, he also made mention of how independents and marginal field operators are robustly positioned to help drive this move. You are a very experienced independent, looking at focus on gas, and you're also a strong player in the independent production, in the indigenous production of gas. What has been your experience in this field, and what lessons do you think we can learn from what you've experienced?
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for welcoming me to this event. I'll say, unfortunately, the DPR director has actually stood in a lot of my thunder, because I actually came to talk, or at least share some of the statistics of the indigenous and independent producers with relation to gas, which the director has so well done for us today. And the reason why I actually wanted to bring it up is that most of the time, when people think about gas production, they don't think about the value of independence. And I'm happy that has been highlighted here. And I think in summary, what I'd like to just kind of highlight is that even though Nigeria produces maybe today about 7.5 BCF of gas on a daily basis, a vast majority of that, almost 50% of that, is actually export gas, LNG. Yes, it brings in required revenue, but it does not help the local market. But 80% of the market, 80% of the domestic market is supplied by gas, by what, for everybody that's here that use and everybody else here around the country use, actually comes from indigenous producers, 80% of that. And that's why we also strongly believe that indigenous producers should be further encouraged to, as the director put it, put their money where their mouth is to develop that. And there's been quite a lot of enabling environment from the DPR, from the Ministerial, and also from N.I.P.S. So if I speak for an example, just from the shoreline perspective, as an example of what we've been doing with relation to gas, we have a significant gas reserve, which we've had for years since we acquired our asset OML30 from SPDC, of almost, at the time, over 2 TCF of gas, which is significant. You can almost build an LNG train based on that. But since we've actually taken over, we've also added to parts of the discovery that the directors mentioned, in conjunction with DPR, we proved up to over 2.5 TCF or so. And because of that, we started a project with N.I.P.S or MPDC and the DPR study program with DPR for over a 2-3 year period. And now, even just from our own shoreline perspective alone, we're actually at the final stage now of, as of a year and a half ago, of putting up a potential 250 million scoff a day gas plant, which further adds to what, and all this is domestic gas, which further adds to what the domestic market can do. Of course, there's a whole lot of issue why things have not moved further. There's pricing, there's the current market environment in terms of funding, there are issues that have to do with the fact that some of these sales are done in Naira, which causes a problem, but I think those are issues that still need to be resolved and can be resolved between the power sector, DPR, the oil sector, and the players involved. But overall, I think we're really happy with the way things are going on gas-wise, but we just think knowing now that N.I.P.S, DPR, the government also recognizes what the indigenous do, we'll just crave for a lot more support in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You laid a good foundation for the conversation, no doubt. But John, I'm coming to you right now. Evolving from what Dr. Bada had just explained, now, the director did present a very optimistic aspiration around what the government would like to see with the utilization of gas, and is hinging a lot of these on independent and marginal field operators to help stimulate this growth. He spoke about to use gas for domestic consumption, for as alternative energy, to power industries. Now, my question to you is, from the standpoint of an independent and marginal field operator, what challenges do you see towards achieving this aspiration, particularly from the standpoint of independent and marginal field operators?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I'm really happy that the director has enumerated most of those challenges. The challenges are not new. They are very obvious. But there are key challenges that are faced by the marginal field operators, which has to do with funding. And why is that a major challenge? It's a major challenge because for you to finance a development project, it has to be profitable. And most of the fields that were given as marginal fields, why they are marginal are in two terms. Probably the volumes are very small, or the cost of development is very high and made those assets to be left fallow. So for you to develop an asset from the marginal field perspective, if you inherit a field that has small gas reserve with much resources that is not developed, you have to start doing an analysis to ensure that the project is viable and present it for funding. So if you are coming as a new player, if you don't have the fund to do that you want to go and source for the financing, the economic model must show profitability before you will get the credit facility. So from the perspective of Platform Petroleum as a company, which is one of the companies that came into being with the 2003-2004 marginal field bid round, Platform made those challenges real, funding. And how did they overcome that? The first thing they do was to collaborate. They collaborated with an existing player and formed a joint venture. That brought in fund for development to first oil. Platform was the first company that started production in 2007 in a very quick manner. Now, coming to the field, as a marginal field, the volumes you have there, why the previous operator could not develop it, was due to the fact that the field was far away from existing facility. Okay. The nearest access, the nearest facility was as far as 48 kilometers away. So that field was considered as a stranded field. But with that reality on ground, and a company that really wants to come into being, we went further to ensure that we form a collaboration or a relationship with the existing IOC, the N.I.P.S as a company. Right. We were able to provide that facility, provide the flow line, the pipeline, to evacuate our crude through the brass terminal. That was a major challenge. But one of the things that helped us is collaboration. And that is what the 2020 marginal field bid round has identified by bringing in companies that have similar view to develop the assets that are on the table now. So when you look at it from the perspective of what you have on the ground, you need to see that for you to really bring those fields to production, you need to be very efficient in your cost management. One, a field that has, say, 10 BCF of gas and a field that has 100 BCF of gas, if you are to drill a well, it's going to cost you the same amount to drill that well because you have to ensure compliance. You have to adhere to all the HSE rules and regulations. When you drill that well, you'll be looking at less than 5 million cost of gas per day. Meanwhile, that same well, if it's drilled in a bigger field, you could deliver 100 million costs per day. So those challenges are there, but they present opportunities. How did Platform overcome those challenges? Platform began to see the field as a field that is predominantly gas and started investing in gas development, bringing in the gas processing plant. The gas processing plant is not the end. when you process the gas, all you're trying to do is get the wet end of it. But what of the lean gas? Where does it go to? That became another issue. So, for Platform to overcome that challenge, what enabled that challenge to be overcome was because of the proximity of a pipeline, the OB3 pipeline, which passed through the field in recent times. And when the gas flare penalty was introduced, Platform keyed into that to ensure that we remain in business. We're able to put facilities in place. And today, Platform's gas production, which is over 30 million cups per day, is almost completely supplied into the domestic gas market, with flare getting down to as low as 15%. And by the end of this year, we intend to extinguish the flare.
Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. I think I appreciate that. I see the experience you shared around how well Platform has confronted its challenges. It appears to me like you were deliberate around choosing your partners and who you collaborate with. But I'm going to come to you, Abel, with one question right now. One of the criticisms of some people of the current bid round that we have just concluded is that you partnered people who did not have prior agreement. So they do not have the leverage that Platform had in choosing who to be in bed with. But again, this is a deliberate approach by DPR. Why do you think this is the best way to go? I'm sure you have an explanation.
Oh, thank you very much. That's a very good question. I'd like to approach it this way.
Right.
If you looked at, in fact, most of what you've asked now, a lot of them has been answered. But we're going to come to look at it from, if you look at the presentation from the Director of Petroleum Resources, the CEO outlined a few things that came up. One of the things you need to go with is lessons learned. Right. What did we learn from 2003 down the line? Close to 48% of that did not get to production. We can, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot go that way anymore. He's told you about the deliberate attempt to look at this. We gave you, we had teasers to you. We pried your lease data, and we analyzed that, and that's how we came about those who won these fields. Therefore, that happened as a result of what? Technical competence. We have to merge those who likely came up with the same technical capacity to bring fields to production. It doesn't make sense to leave oil in the ground, leave gas in the ground. We've got to produce it. You've got to make money. In 17 and a half years, you saw that royalties were not paid on those assets. Taxes were not paid. Nigerians were not employed. So remember, we're a business enabler. So what did we do wrong? There was a need to tweak that further. So others will say, you've got gaps. He's got gaps. Together, we've got no gaps. So bring your tech. Mentioned up here as he spoke was funding. Right. If you come in together, that capacity is enhanced. Another thing we'd like to add to that is simple. The concept of shared facilities. Okay. That will bring down your capex, and you see that result in your NPV. There's no doubt about that. Another thing is what's the objective of marginal fields? Give opportunities to Nigerian players in the field. And if you recall, a few years ago, SPE had a conference in Nigeria. And that conference, the theme of the conference was big data. Right. We've positioned ourselves in a way that major 5 leverages on big data? So volume. We've got that capacity to generate volume, store it for you. The speed with which those volumes come in an exponential format, and the veracity of that. That means you need to authenticate that data going forward. Right. Then what else? It's a variety of data we get together. All that generates to value. When SPE was projecting this a few years ago, it was looking too much in the future, technology and the rest. How will these help bring fields? So we're bringing that to bear, even as small as marginal fields. Bring that. So that study Based on that institutional knowledge relies with DPR, based on all that we have. So we can advise you. A good example is a thin bed. How are you going to manage that? Based on experiences, we can advise you. Those regulatory compliance advisory role comes a long way for you to come to production.
Right.
But coming together, competence is one, capacity to raise funds is the other, and give opportunities to Nigerians. And that's it. And remember, if I've spoken about those data provision, that goes a long way to give you taking the right decisions. Because to bring fuels to production, it's our pride for you to come to first oil or first gas, depending on what it is like.
Hold your thought. Just before you exhaust your time, I want to ask: are there opportunity from the standpoint of DPR to provide a platform to enhance access to big data? And because you did mention the fact that people are paired together because they have similar competencies, technical competencies, and you spoke of aggregation, shared services, shared opportunity. Is there an opportunity from the standpoint of DPR to be an enabler of such integration?
The NOGJEG in Lagos, the National Excellence Center, provides a data source for you to assess that. From NDR point of view, we have that. So I told you about that data stays within DPR. Big data concept is 5 major ingredients brings out big data.
Right.
The velocity with which you get that in, the veracity of the data, authenticity of the data, what else? Value. All that goes to driving value. And remember, you're getting a vast variety of data. So we are properly positioned. That data center is for you, and it's really for the marginal fields to come on board.
Right.
How else are you going to enable business?
I get your point. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause already? Thank you very much. I'm coming to you, Alex. It's your turn now. Things that have been from the experience of Dr. Bada all the way to platforms, and now DPR has spoken. It's a plethora of potential or existing challenges that the marginal field operator and independent has to deal with. Now, dealing with oil is one thing, but in an era when we are focused on gas, right? There is political, there is environmental, there is financial funding issues, there's partnership issues confronting. In your view, how do you think these challenges can be surmounted to make sure that the aspirational goals of the decade of gas are achievable from the standpoint of marginal field operators and independents?
Okay, thank you very much, Shola, for that question.
You're welcome.
And thank you for the opportunity to serve on this panel. Obviously, that's a very relevant question. And if you step back and ask the question, why are these classified as marginal fields in the first place? It's because, just by nature of the definition, it's just generally much more difficult, right, to develop this and commercialize these assets compared to, larger fields or blocks. And in those even larger fields or blocks, developing gas in itself is usually a much more difficult task, right, compared to oil. So you're dealing with a much bigger problem when it comes to commercializing gas for marginal fields. And the solution doesn't, rest in one bucket. There's, everyone is involved. It requires quite a bit of holistic approach across the board. And you can dimension that from the perspective of, the process itself, regulation or the regulators. You can look at that from the point of view of what role the government, should play or is playing. You can also look at it from a perspective of the developers themselves, the bidders, the owners of the fields. And also another perspective is also the financial markets, the investment markets, the capital markets. If you take the first one, which is the process itself, the regulation. I think first of all, and I'm sure the DPR has touched on it a few times today. That process itself has to be well thought through, in the sense that there has to be particular attention paid to who has been awarded what, right? And that goes into, like Abel had mentioned and as DPR Director mentioned, the capability of the bidders, technical perspective, financial perspective, governance perspective, background checks, integrity, the character. You need to award, fields or assets to people who can develop those fields. Because, again, you don't want to start, going short-handed by starting on the wrong note, right? That's one aspect. Another aspect to that is also realistic expectation of pricing or valuation. And I'm saying that because, when you consider sort of the price entry point in the first process, 2003, 2004, where I think there was a flat fee, I think across board, compared to the last one where, it wasn't the case. And in this case, you then have people sort of bidding. And you can link that to another sort of point that I'm going to go to in a second, and that is the availability of data at the point of bidding, the quality and quantum of data available at that point. So what I suspect is, and this is it's tied to another point, is people need to come in at the right valuation, the right price, the right entry point. And if you don't have the right quality of data available at that point in time, you might have a potential sort of valuation mismatch, which can affect your ability to fund, develop the assets, later down the line. So the regulation or the process itself has to be fit for purpose and should be, geared towards ensuring that the success story is achieved down the line. So that's one perspective from the regulator. From the government, there's a lot of, the discussion here is very wide and far-reaching, and it has to do with the entire market, the value chain. Right? There's been a lot of effort so far in the past, several years, developing the sort of the macro infrastructure. There's all the, major gas pipelines under development. There hasn't been as much progress on the sort of the last mile end of things. And if you look at the role indigenous players are better suited to participate in it, it relies a lot on a well-developed value chain, right? Because today, the big boys, the big players sort of work on the sort of export markets, injecting to the LNG on export market, for example. But the indigenous players and the marginal field operators rely a lot on a robust, fully developed domestic market. You have the DOM gas obligations and all that, and that's great. But there are a lot of challenges there. Pricing, right? I'm sure there's a lot of work going on just reviewing the overall gas policy, the sort of the pricing framework and all that, ensuring that indigenous players can also take advantage of a robust and appropriately priced domestic market. But that last mile solution, there's a lot of thought that needs to go into that, and the government needs to play quite a bit of a role there as well in terms of ensuring that market is well developed. There's a lot of, things to think about around how the government can support funding, for example. When you look around you find quite a bit of support for sort of industry. There's been a lot of intervention funds for, aviation, SMEs and all of that. I think there has to be a few things also focused on assisting, small players to be able to also raise funding for gas development. And that's because, frankly speaking, it's not as easy to develop, to raise funding for gas development compared to oil. And that's also a major reason why historically, people sort of just focus on the oil side of the thing. So if the government can also take a step back and also say, okay, how can we create some sort of fund that can help, people develop gas as well. Then coming down to the bidders or developers themselves. Sorry, I'm about to round up.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you make that point, then I'll go ahead.
Very importantly, bidders or developers need to ensure that they are accessing the right type of capital. And this is something that is not usually thought about or talked about as much as should be. Everybody talks about going to the bank to raise capital. Today, you're not going to raise debt from a bank for pre-first gas operations. You're not.
Right.
And I'm sure I have a few bankers. I used to be a banker. It's not going to happen. And that's because the risk you're talking about there is not debt risk, it's equity risk. So all those operations means that you need to access some sort of fund, some of equity options, partnerships, and things like that. And I'm sure my colleagues have talked about that as well. So, these are some of the areas that, people need to think about when it comes to, surmounting those challenges.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. You raised valid points around, and I'm going to come to you now, Mr. Onosanya. You talked about the issue of funding. You talked about the opportunity to access local market as options. Mr. Onosanya, I'm coming to you now. The cost of producing a well, the cost of bringing the field to first oil, irrespective of whether it's marginal or not, is huge and is practically the same. Now, how do marginal field operators, what more can they do beyond some of the ones Alex has mentioned to ensure that they get good returns on this investment that is not cheap at all? Now, the funding for hydrocarbon is tightening up around the world. Now, but when people do go out of their way to raise funding, how do they ensure that they get good returns on this investment? Right.
Yeah, thank you, Shola, for that. First, let me say something. Funding, like Alex mentioned, for gas is not easy for you to raise funding for gas. Because of the nature of gas, unlike oil, there must be an off-taker for you to develop your gas. And that is where the government needs to really help in some of these infrastructure, the local market. If we step back, you notice that before 1999, when LNG started, gas was eventually fled mostly in Nigeria.
Right.
Because there was no commercials in place for the IOC who are primarily producing then to send this gas to. Of course, what some of them started doing with a lot of pressure from Department of Petroleum Resources, they started looking for opportunity to reinject the gas for pressure maintenance so as to continue to produce. So that's one of the challenges with gas. Now, the question is what can be done in terms of financing for gas. At this point in time, the government will have to play a bigger role.
Right.
Because we are talking, based on what the director just showed us, we are talking about industrialization in Nigeria,
right,
about the gas master plan,
right,
having more gas supply in the domestic market. Of course, LNG is doing, they're doing very well. We just signed for the Train 7, right, and there's play from, basically the operators are supplying the gas, but that is all for export. Right. Now, for the domestic market, government needs to do a lot more in trying to help and force that. And I know we're doing a lot as it is. There's a gas aggregation market, but that hasn't really taken off. It was set up a couple of years ago, just about 2 or 3 in that market today. So government needs to find a way to help push that. The other thing is also the pricing for the gas locally. Because the challenge is unless you have an off-taker and sometimes back guarantee. We Oando were involved in the now JV, as you know, and we are one of the people that actually develop a lot of gas, both in the domestic and also a supplier to LNG. We have the Okpai. Okpai phase 1, and there's phase 2 also in conversation. There's Indorama, and there's also FIPL, there's Zuma. So we actually supply a lot into the local market also. Right. But one of the things is also we need, some of the challenges that we've been having with one of our off-takers is about guarantees, because sometimes the way the pricing is, and the way the revenue that they are making, sometimes there's this challenge to actually pay for the gas. And that is why oftentimes the focus is on the companies that have the capability to pay for this gas because, as you know, developing gas is expensive.
Right.
You need a lot of compressor, there's a lot of maintenance, and you can't really store it like oil. So if you bring it up, you have to take it directly to your off-taker. So these are some of the challenges, and I think there's going to be a need for a lot of collaboration. Now, coming to the marginal bid round, I mean, from what the director showed us, you notice a lot of the fields are actually offshore. I mean, yeah, very few are on land, some on swamp, but majority, I mean, this bid round, they are offshore. Now, and when you look at the resource, many of them are predominantly gas. Yeah, there's always oil, but they are predominantly gas. So it's like they are sort of stranded, more or less. And that is why one of the reasons many of the IOCs did not develop a lot of those, because there wasn't really gas market and they were offshore. So this is something that definitely our regulator with the government needs to continue to take a look at and see how all these offshore marginal gas fields are going to get into the local market.
Right. Thank you so very much. Can we have a round of applause, audience? Thank you. Our time is gone. I was hoping to take a couple of questions from the audience. We have 7 minutes. So I will take 2 questions, hopefully. Maybe if we take one and respond to it robustly. If we're able to take a second, we will. If not, we will just round it off there. So you say your name, what organization you represent, and you ask your question. So, yes, can you take the mic to that lady? Over there, yes. And if your question is directed to any of the panelists specifically, you can say so.
Okay, good morning, distinguished panelists. My name is Margaret. I represent Major Waves Energy Report. And I've been listening to conversation up there, and it's really interesting. But I think my question will be directed to the DPR, Mr. Nisa. Maybe and other regulators in the House. So looking at what the industry faced during the COVID-19 pandemic, I just want to know, we've seen other countries where governments step in to kind of give some kind of leverage or assistance to industries just to ensure that businesses keep going. I just want to know if the DPR or any other regulator in the House have that kind of arrangements, because no one saw the global pandemic coming. Is there anything on ground like that? Would there be a future plan for things like that?
All right, thank you very much. Hey, Bill, that's yours.
Thank you very much. And it's really nice that you thought that way. Nobody anticipated the pandemic. And one thing I actually forgot to have mentioned, that Integrated Data Mining and Analytics Center. It's become a challenge for producers and everybody to come to the market. And with what happened, what we've just seen, it's becoming, no doubt about that, it's difficult. So everybody's going to throw in investments. How do we bring investment down? I spoke to you about shared facilities. The last speaker also spoke about, look, a lot of the fields are offshore. Collaborative and innovative ways are what we are trying to midwife to get there, which will bring your capex as low as you can imagine. And therefore, why would I want to have scattered FPSOs all around if I can have one? I also told you about infrastructure. Depth of infrastructure was another thing he mentioned. Innovative and collaborative ways of sharing those facilities. I've got a problem with gas. I need to move it to market. So how do I get in there? The thoughts of CNG, the thoughts of those local issues. If I have a rich gas, how do I fractionate that to get LPG and to get the market? I saw the executive secretary of NCDMB smiling as the gentleman was talking about where does government come in to assist and so on. And so, yes, there are opportunities, or more of those opportunities will be in driving down your cost.
Right. Excellent. Thank you so much. Very well. Thank you. We have time to take one more question. Somebody over here. Yes. Can you give that gentleman A microphone. Yes. Can you read? Oh, Wale. Right.
Thank you very much. Very useful conversation so far. But I would like to just pivot back to one of the sentiments that was expressed yesterday. I believe it was by Mr. Ojulari of Shell. And very often at fora like this, we have the opportunity to hear from what the authorities and the regulators want and what the investors want. But one of the points he made is that it's important for us to define what we need to do together. And I would just like to hear maybe the thoughts of the panelists and perhaps any other person in the room. With respect to this decade of gas, what are the key issues that need to be addressed? I think it was Alex that made some really important points about issues around pricing. Oh, sorry, I think it was Mr. Anosoya, about pricing and infrastructure. We have a lot of gas stranded in places that really we can't get them out of there. And so I want to just hear the thoughts of the panelists on this point. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 minutes to take that. Who wants to take a shot? Okay, that's fine. That's fine, Abel.
Thank you very much. So debt of infrastructure comes up again. How do I get to the market? The real concept of virtual pipelines, as you looked at when the director was talking, he talked about innovative ways around this, which all of a sudden have seen a situation where people talk about mini LNGs. So stranded gas, yes, absolutely. Identified what that challenge is. If I do a CNG at 150 kilometers radius from where I am, beyond that, I'm not going to be that profitable. But with a mini LNG, I can do much more distance to that, and that changes my economics completely. That's just a simple answer to that.
Excellent. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my guy is already on the podium, and that speaks very loudly to me. Can we put our hands together for these distinguished panelists? Thank you, gentlemen, for your time, and thank you for the robust thoughts expressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just give me a moment. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, I want to make a special appeal. As they rise to take their seat, very kindly don't bother to come network with them, because we're going over to the next session where we have our speakers in the room already. So I beg you, please, as they go back to their seat, allow them to take their seat, and we will do networking at a later time during the break. Thank you all for understanding. You are the best audience an MC could ask for. PSR is over to you. Gentlemen, please rise for your gift. Thank you very much. Let's give them another round of applause. Yeah, they are. Director and Chief Executive, sir, you are one of our speakers for the session as well. Philip, I hope we're ready. Thank you all very much, giving us the role marginal field operators would play in our drive on this decade of gas journey. I'm also excited to have this conversation, given that we have in the room some of the recent license, some of the recipients of the recent marginal field. So we all right, so if you're done with that group photograph, real quick, paparazzis, once you're done with that shot, kindly go back to your positions, please. We're going straight to the next session. Thank you all. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, my permanent secretary. Thank you so much, Adeshola. Thank you, Ladi. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Baba Femi. Thank you, John. Thank you, Abel. Thank you so much. Can we give them another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you all very much. Onwards, onwards, onwards. We go now to plotting the roadmap to gas-powered economy. 2030 is what we are looking at. We're taking this time not a panel conversation. We're taking individual presentations from the Nigeria LNG, the Nigerian Gas Association, the Senate Committee on Gas, and His Excellency, the Honorable Minister. And let's begin with these presentations. Can we just limit the movements now? If we cannot take our seats, please. Thank you very much. We'll appreciate that. Thank you all very much. 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 Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, we are losing time already. Let me now welcome to talk to us on what decade of gas, what it means for Nigeria LNG and Nigeria. Now, at a recent Guyana or Suriname event, the speaker who died in from the United Kingdom was advising the Surinamers on how to manage their gas, and he was using Nigeria LNG as one of the case studies, success case studies that the country could and should adopt. That means Nigeria LNG is no longer the pride of Africa. It's truly a global brand and a pride of the gas industry. I think they deserve a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as I welcome Mr. Tony Atta, Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, Nigeria LNG Limited, to address us. Where is Oga Tony? He's coming? Okay, he's coming. Oh, I thought he was in the hall already. Okay. Awesome. So he'll walk us through that, what the company is doing. I did say earlier that they signed an agreement with 3 Nigerian companies to increase their domestic gas obligation. And that is something that is should be celebrated and commendable. Okay, so what will be the benefits of natural gas in meeting our future energy needs? What are we looking at? How is Nigeria LNG positioning beyond Train 7? Train 7 is here. It's in the what do you call it, short term of the company. It's here. We're dealing with it now. Taking FID, groundbreaking somewhere around the corner very soon. And beyond all of that, so what are they doing with Fit for 50? In the next 30 years, what will the company be doing for Nigeria? And how is of course, they are championing the cause of the Decade of Gas, having sponsored the Decade of Gas meeting we had at the end of March. I think it was March 29th, this year here in Abuja. We're set and ready to rumble. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Mr. Tony Atta, Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, Nigeria LNG.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning all. My name is Tony Atta. I'm the Managing Director for Nigeria LNG. It's a great pleasure to be here to speak to you in respect of the Decade of Gas. The Decade of Gas is an opportunity for Nigeria. It is an opportunity for Africa. It is an opportunity for Nigeria LNG. And Nigeria LNG is very proud to be associated with the ambition, and we continue to support the Federal Ministry of Petroleum and the Office of the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum, the GMD of N.I.P.S, and indeed our shareholders as credible agents of change to ensure that Nigeria can grow on the back of our resource. Honorable Minister, you are very welcome. Energy has been in transition forever. Today we are talking energy transition and changing energy mix, and a lot of people are expressing surprise. But the reality is that energy has been in transition for a lifetime. From the days when Light was based on animal fat, wax, paraffins, to the point where peat, if you're in Ireland, you understand what peat is, and even mussels. Manpower was a source of energy. If you've seen the Egyptian pyramids, you probably ask yourself, how did they build those? But over the last 100 years, we've gotten used to fossil fuels, essentially coal, oil, and gas, to the extent that we have taken it for granted. But today's reality and consciousness around sustainability is a big change that is driving this particular energy transition on the back of technology. Ladies and gentlemen, our world is changing. Today we have about 7.8 billion people on Earth, but by 2050, there will be 10 billion of us on this planet. So just think about adding one new China and one new India to the world, or planting two new Africas, as it were. So the conversation is, where will the energy come from? But then there is a forecast that energy demand will rise by 30%. If you are an oil and gas company or in oil and gas business and you hear that demand is going to go up by 30%, ordinarily it will be something of great joy. But the world is changing. The world is changing, as I said. We are now faced with existential challenges around how humanity will survive against the backdrop of global warming and climate change. So the focus today has shifted from just needing energy to actually protecting the planet and balancing the sustainability tripod of economies, society, and indeed environment. But with the 2-degree challenge, yes, the world needs more energy, but the world now needs it cleaner. The world also needs it cheaper. The world wants it more. So some say it's a dilemma. I think it's a trilemma. You want more, but you want it in a certain way. You want it cheaper, and you want to make sure it's available. And therein lies the conversation. But the solution opportunity has shown itself on the back of renewables. Renewables simply referring to more naturally occurring sources, like solar. We have a lot of sunlight. The entire north is very hot. People say, I go to Maiduguri, it's 40 degrees. I go to Sokoto, it's 45 degrees. So massive opportunity, even when it comes to renewables for us as Nigerians. But then you also have nuclear in some other areas. We've seen the dangers of nuclear. We have now seen hydrogen, which I will talk about. But the conversation is about the relevance of fossil fuel going into the future and how the world can decarbonize, essentially eliminate or reduce greenhouse gas and CO2 in terms of our daily operations. The big six, from Shell, ExxonMobil, Chevron, everyone has had to make a statement on how they want to decarbonize, setting agendas and indeed putting stakes on the ground towards the net zero ambition. I've seen dates like by 2035, we've seen dates like by 2050, even some nations have put stakes in the ground. We know, of course, that the UK, France, and I think Germany have said by 2040, we don't want to see fossil fuel-fired vehicles on our road. That is our contribution to reducing CO2. So the question is, which fuel will be relevant? What will the mix be? We're told renewables will continue to grow. Some argue that oil, coal, and in fact, even gas will stagnate or become not as relevant, especially when it comes to power generation. But renewables will grow massively to the extent that it'll contribute more than 50% in terms of power generation because it's about clean power. I visited my cousin in London about 3 months ago, and they received a proposal in the mail saying, we will supply you green power. in substitution for the one you are currently using, and they quoted the name of the company and quoted the carbon footprint, and then said, we will supply you, it will be green, but then it comes at a slightly higher cost. I was looking at my cousin and said, surely you should be interested in your carbon footprint. She tore the paper and threw it away. So I said, now that is not the attitude we should adopt if we are to protect this planet for our children yet unborn. Which is why today we talk about the demand growing, we talk about renewables being the cleanest, but we know that renewables, even as at today, on its own cannot meet the demand. But then we believe that gas is actually the next most logical source and partner to renewables. Gas is abundantly available, gas is cheaper, but most importantly, gas is cleaner than the other fossils, especially coal and oil. Gas delivers 3 times less CO2 or even more than coal. But most importantly, gas can be used as feedstock for harder to decarbonize sectors, and we touch on that, which is why at Nigeria LNG, we believe that the decade of gas, and indeed the focus on decarbonization and the ambition to net zero, is a massive opportunity for Nigeria, given our gas reserves at over 200 TCF. And I understand we have a new target of 206, a new level of 206, growing from 203, so that's a great thing. But then there is another contender that is shown up called hydrogen. A lot of us will remember hydrogen peroxide if your parents used to force you to brush your teeth with one foamy stuff. But most of you will remember H2O from your basic chemistry and the likes. But my experience was in Japan as at 2017 at a conference like this. So we had a stand, and some Japanese fellows came to our stand to just engage, Nigeria, what part of Africa, technical conversations. Then the elderly one, I'll never forget his face. His name skipped me. I've been trying all evening just to actually give him recognition and to thank him for educating me on the day. So he said, well, Japan, we're not as blessed as you are with natural resources, but in another 5 years, we will put pure water in our, well, he didn't quite say pure water. Yes. We will put water in our vehicles and we will drive our cars on water. So we started laughing. In fact, I led the way in the laughter. Partly because I felt his English was so bad, maybe he's not sure what he's talking about. It took me 2 years to find out in recollection that actually what he was saying is that Japan is making massive progress technologically to crack hydrogen from water. So think about it, what could be cleaner? You take water, water's available. Deploy technology. You extract hydrogen, deploy a source of energy, release oxygen to the atmosphere. Our planet couldn't ask for better. But then the conversation is, where are we with the technology? What is going on? So as countries are taking positions in terms of how they will decarbonize and go to net zero, Japan has said, our bet is on nuclear, which surprised me, and hydrogen. Again, you've got to use what you have to find what you need. Some countries, some companies have said, well, our bet is on gas and solar. Some have said our bet is on wind, solar, and gas. Whatever equation you look at, gas is involved, even for hydrogen. So if you crack it the way the Japanese describe, based on technology and strictly from water, that will be green hydrogen, 100% green. But then we know about blue hydrogen, which requires gas as the feed. But the difference between that is that you will actually generate CO2, but then you add carbon capture and sequestration as part of the process to make it blue. Not quite green, but then you are not releasing too much CO2 into the atmosphere. But then there is the gray hydrogen, which requires gas as a source, feedstock, but then you release the CO2 to the atmosphere. So while you have energy, quite frankly, maybe just competing with the other fossils, the differential is that you are not generating as much CO2, but you're still in the category of not helping this planet. So in the end, whether hydrogen is green, blue, or gray, I believe that technology will be the biggest disruption in this energy transition. Energy will continue to transit. Personally, I think Europe is ahead. I believe Europe will transit much faster than other continents. I believe that the United States has capacity to leapfrog and catch up, even though at the moment they are only resurging back on the back of the recent statements made by the new government. But the world is moving on. And the question will be to Africa. In today's reality, when fossil fuel is even acceptable, more than 50% of Africa has no access to electricity. More than 85% have no access to clean energy source for their daily needs. So how will Africa position? I personally believe that Africa will do by far better on the back of gas, reducing the CO2 intensity, but then providing the requisite energy. And I think that is the biggest opportunity for Nigeria. With our massive gas reserves, we should be positioning on the back of this decade of gas to look at not quite taking over Africa, but taking over the supply of Africa's energy need. Nigeria is so blessed. We are the largest oil and gas exporter in Africa. A lot of times when you ask people what is Nigeria's biggest resource, they quickly tell you the oil and the gas. Our biggest resource and our biggest opportunity is our people. With 200 million people, as the world is growing to 10 billion, the forecast for Nigeria is 400 million. Somebody is asking where they go stay. We'll fight it out. But I think the opportunity is here to prepare for them. And that is why we are fully in alignment with the Honorable Minister and the decade of gas, but most importantly, around the actions that we must take deliberately to reposition Nigeria at the moment. We know that Stone Age did not end because we ran out of stone. There's still a lot of coal in Enugu. No one talks about it. The risk is that in another 50 to 100 years, with technological advancement and improvement, maybe the conversation is around who needs your oil or how much will I pay for your gas. And that is why I like to quote Richard Quest, who says, it's not about what you have, it's about what you do with it. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time to accelerate. I think it's time to be very deliberate, to push the frontiers of gas, to maximize value from the gas that we have today. We are Nigeria LNG with 22 million tons per annum capacity. If you look at our reserves to capacity ratios, less than 1%. With 200 TCF, only 22 million tons. Look at Australia, 128 TCF, 88 million tons. Even Malaysia, at 97 TCF, 29 million tons. So massive opportunity to do more with the gas. Some people say, okay, what do you do with it? We are ready at Nigeria LNG. But today, we believe in the joint ambition of this decade of gas. And we continue to offer ourselves as the receptacle leading the way in terms of whatever is developed. We do not own our own reserves. We do not own wells, so we buy gas. We are an opportunity for the upstream. We are the catalyst for development. We are by far the largest gas off-taker today. Over the last 20 years, we've delivered more than 5,000 LNG cargoes across the world deploying our 23 ships, which I'm very proud about. You see those ships, it's LNG Abuja written on it, LNG Abalamabie, LNG Boni. They represent Nigeria. Wherever they go, people read the names, LNG Abuja, where is Abuja? Something positive comes out of that. As I said, we're a 6-train, 22 million tons per annum capacity. We've generated more than $110 billion in revenue and contributed more than $35 billion in dividends to government and over $8 billion in taxes since we became a taxpayer over the while. But our quality is established by the recognition as of 2019 as the company of the decade. So some people said, oh, you're so close to Simbi. It's a local award, company of the decade in Nigeria. I think we concretized that last year when the World LNG World recognized us as the most contributor for LNG development in the world. Beyond monetizing Nigeria's gas, we have contributed to reduction in operational gas flaring to the extent that we brought it down from the 65%, which put us as number 2 gas flaring nation behind Russia for a long time, to less than 12%, to the extent that today, on that ignominious league table of gas flaring nations, we are number 7. And I think with our Train 7 coming, we should continue to drop. As I said on the stage, it used to be top 5. Once we moved to number 7, they now say top 7. So I think it's an inspiration to continue to go down by mopping up this gas. I'd like to talk about how we contribute. Today we deliver about 40% of LPG into Nigeria from out of Boni. Our highest delivery is about 376,000 tons, but we are now mandated to deliver more than 450,000 tons. And just 2 days ago, we signed some SPAs with 3 companies, Nigerian companies, to bring LNG into Nigeria for the first time. For the first time. I'm very passionate about LPG because of the unfortunate information we have that more than 100,000 people die in Nigeria, mostly women and children, unfortunately, while trying to put food on the table using unclean sources to cook due to indoor smoke inhalation. So we at Nigeria LNG are set to change that narrative by continuing to bring in more LPG. On top of that, we continue to partner with our communities. We're working today with the Office of the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing to connect Boni, which is an island, to mainland Port Harcourt for the very first time. This is just a 40-kilometer road, you will say, but it's a 40-kilometer on one of the most challenged geological formations. It's so undulating, there's so much happening that you cannot just put a surface, you have all sorts. So we've got the best contractor, we've got the best partner in government, and we are contributing 50% of what it will take to do this road to ensure there's better life for our people, open up the Niger Delta. And I'm glad to confirm that that road is more than 50% complete, and by the end of next year, it will be commissioned. I'm sure you'll be happy. On top of that, we've recently launched our community health insurance scheme, which offers quality health care at affordable prices to our communities. With 10,000 naira, you actually have health insurance for the full year. For the full year. And I saw a little video about 2 weeks ago of a lady who had twins via cesarean on the back of her 10,000 naira, and we were looking for the husband to congratulate him, but apparently he was too scared of the bill and had gone into hiding. They had to call him to say, you've already paid. He said, have I paid? Say, yes, your 10,000 naira insurance has taken care of it. Ladies and gentlemen, our future is gas. As a company, the future of Nigeria is gas, which is why we offer the Train 7 as an opportunity for that development, which I hope in this decade of gas will happen. We are moving by 35% capacity growth from 22 million tons to 30 million tons, and that is what Train 7 will deliver. I personally was very, very happy with Train 7. We were so excited until we found out that while we are growing by 35% capacity from 22 million tons to 30, Qatar at 77 wants to add 30. So essentially, my whole existence, when we finish Train 7, is Qatar's incremental. And that, for me, just made Train 7 no longer ambitious. And we, as a nation, on the back of the decade of gas, must talk about Train 8, 9, 10, and even to 15. We take what we have at 7, but with $10 billion foreign direct investment coming in, more than 12,000 direct jobs, and the Executive Secretary of NCDMB has confirmed to us that more than the 12,000 direct jobs will be a spin-off of more than 30,000 additional jobs as a result of this project, but also opportunities for local contractors and our people to participate. We must raise our game to make this count. Speed is of essence, and the time, in my view, is now. But we know that it is possible. As I said earlier, Qatar has done it, going from a poor fishing country to a gas giant. I believe we can do it. I believe the Honorable Minister powering this, with your support, with our support, it is possible. Qatar did it in 10 years, which is why I believe that the decade of gas is the biggest opportunity we have today. Their first cargo was 1997. Our first cargo was 1999. They were only 2 years ahead of us. But if you match that time delta with our capacity differential at 22 million tons versus 77 million tons, you see that we haven't moved. And that is why this decade of gas must be seen as an emergency to change the narrative, to raise the game for Nigeria, to move Nigeria's economy on the back of gas. As I said at one other forum, Nigeria has ridden on the back of oil for more than 50 years, but the opportunity has come for us to fly on the wings of gas. Beyond power, we have said at many other fora that gas is food, as feed for fertilizer, gas is feed for petrochemicals, gas is feed for transport, gas is feed for manufacturing. You cannot ignore gas, but we must do a lot more. We must pass the PIB, a PIB that stimulates investment, PIB that attracts investors, PIB that enables the industry and enables the country to unleash her potential, including the 600 TCF, which we need to prove. But around the pricing and the economics, we hope that in the course of this decade of gas, the framework for which the minister has gladly approved last week, we should reposition Nigeria. Dubai did it with oil. As I mentioned, Qatar did it with gas. Nigeria has both oil and gas. I personally believe it is time for Nigeria. It is time for gas. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tony Etta. I'm sure even the Japanese that want to use hydrogen, when they hear you talk gas, they will want to look for gas in their domain. Thank you very much. Can we please give him another round of applause? Two more presentations before the Honorable Minister speaks, and one of them is coming from the Red Chambers of the National Assembly. We will get there shortly, but without much time wasted, let me welcome the President of Nigeria Gas Association and Managing Director of Shell Nigeria Gas, Mr. Ed Ubong, as he talks to us on natural gas revolution, the most significant energy development in decades. You're welcome.
Good morning, Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum, the DPR Director, Engineer Sowell, other distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I beg to stand on the existing protocol, as already proven by the DPR Director and Mr. Tony Atta, the CEO of LNG. It's always a big challenge to come up the stage after Tony. Yeah, but I would try to say a few words. Some of it you probably have heard before, but I hope that at the end of 5-10 minutes, I'm able to share at least some additional insights on gas. Just over 60 years ago, oil overtook coal as the world's largest energy source. In 1965, oil accounted for about 41% of the global energy mix. Coal made up about 37%. Gas was about 14%. You fast track that to today, natural gas accounts for nearly 25% in the global energy mix. While the share of oil has declined by over 50%, you can see that the share of gas itself has actually doubled. According to the GECF, gas is the fastest growing fossil fuel, and it's the only fossil fuel that will continue to grow as we approach 2050. We still expect it to grow as we move towards 2030. What you can see on the slide there is gas production doubling, gas exports also growing at about the same rate, and the demand and consumption also growing as different countries put natural gas to use, driving their industrialization, driving the support of big industry, petrochemical plants, refineries, fertilizer plants, to meet its own short-term economic needs. But I would then sort of come back a little bit. This is really no surprise. Natural gas continues to gain momentum. Why? Because it is affordable. It's clean burning. You can sort of tap its benefits directly, and it seems to be the only natural ally for renewables as we move into the energy transition. The energy landscape is changing dramatically. There is significant pressure to move to renewables globally. I mean, we heard on the panel how difficult it's becoming to be able to raise finance to drive oil and gas projects across the globe. This is a pressure of the increasing drive for renewables. But even in the face of this change, it is clear that gas will continue to play a key role as a bridge fuel as we try to meet the renewable targets, but it will enable us to sort of meet our sustainable energy demands today. Providing more energy to people while reducing the impact on the planet is one of the 21st century's biggest challenges. As the global population continues to rise, as the CEO of LNG showed us, that's also the same rate that the demand for energy is increasing. Currently, renewable sources account for about 20% of the total energy that is consumed worldwide. To be able to meet then that balance, even as oil is declining, we need to harness our gas resources. But it is important to say that as we harness the gas resources, we must do it in a way that is cleaner. We must do it in a way that we reduce our fugitive emissions, because gas consumption, production leads to methane emissions. So we need to look at the safety mix as we try to sort of harness as much gas as we need. But what is the position in Africa? Today in Africa, gas only accounts for 5% of our energy mix. So think about it. Globally, it's 20%, but in Africa, gas is only about 5% in our energy mix. That's where the real opportunity is. How do we use gas to meet the energy needs of people in Africa and in Nigeria? Where does Nigeria sit in the global and local gas landscape? This morning, we heard the DPR director declare new reserves figures for gas. As at last night, according to the OPEC 2020 bulletin, we were ranked 8th. But it appears we may be able to move one step by the time we put in the 206 BCF that we had this morning, but we will see. The real question, and it's in nobody's mind, is that Nigeria is sitting on a large, huge resource base of gas. But you then move one step forward. How much gas are we producing? We are a top 10 country when you talk of what we have. When you talk of what we are actually producing, we begin to slip back. We are in the top 20 range. But maybe you move a little bit further and say, yes, we are producing gas, but how much of gas are we consuming? How much of it are we using to drive our economy? Nigeria moves even further back. We are now in the top 50. That, I think, is the dilemma when you look at Nigeria today in the global landscape. But again, I would always like to paint the picture in two ways. You compare yourself globally, you think you have a lot of catch-up to do. But I also beg the audience that I want to compare myself with myself. So if I compare myself with myself, I think the gas development story in Nigeria has a number of positives. Over the past 30 years, we have doubled our domestic gas consumption. We've moved from about 200, yep. And today, in the domestic market, we have close to 1.2 BCF of gas flowing every day. If you look at the chart very closely, you will see that in 1999, something seems to happen where the graph started pointing upwards. 1999 was around the time when Tony Atta started shifting his LNG cargoes. But it was in 1989 that the LNG Act itself was enacted. And I think that was the first serious legislation that indicated to the world that Nigeria was ready for gas. Post-1999, you see then a big shift. Gas production is going up rapidly. Gas export is going up rapidly. And while you can say that the domestic market has doubled, its growth has not necessarily been at the same pace with those two factors. And therein lies what we need to do today. How do we begin to make this chart a little bit more 3 lines, all pointing north within a time frame that is less than 50 years? The declaration of a decade of gas by the Honorable Minister, by the President and the Honorable Minister, covering the period 2021 to 2030, is a realization by the Nigerian government that Nigeria is indeed a gas nation. Gas production, gas consumption needs to be accelerated. And I think the key word there is around acceleration. We must accelerate our consumption if we are able to utilize the gas we have over the limited period we have before the energy transition reaches a stop. For us as the Nigerian Gas Association, largest stakeholder group looking at gas on a day-to-day basis, we think there are a number of thematic areas that we need to focus on. The first and most important one is that we must unlock the challenges that exist in the gas to power value chain and improve access to energy for the over 85 million Nigerians who currently have no access to electricity. We must address structural issues around the grid. How do we reduce distribution losses? How do we ensure that payments happen? How do we ensure that gas plants get gas reliably and when they expect it? This is a critical measure for success. If in 10 years we are where we are today, my view is that the decade of gas would not have been successful. So power to Nigerians remains the first and the most important success measure as we embark on this accelerated consumption of gas. Secondly, we must begin to unlock the industrial and manufacturing potential that exists in Nigeria. Large-scale gas-based industries, excellent work being done by the ESNCDMB, methanol plants being built, petrochemical plants being built, the Honorable Minister creating new opportunities for large industries to exist. And why is this important? And everybody speaks about Indorama. This is important because to bring commercial security to the gas value chain, you need a number of players who can pay for the gas they consume. Today, those customers are the big industries, the manufacturing plants, the industrial customers. Where I sit on my day-to-day job as managing director for Shell Nigeria Gas, and I know a lot of people say people don't pay for gas. As Shell Nigeria Gas, our receivables management is 99.97% as at end of March. I think it's even better than NLNG. Nigerian industries today pay for the gas they consume on time. We must enable more gas to them. We must build the right infrastructure to ensure that they remain up and employ the large number of people that exist in that sector. Thirdly, when you talk about gas to any Nigerian on the street, it's about cooking gas. My in-law the other day asked me, Ed, you are president of the Nigerian Gas Association. Why are we still buying gas in this house? I tried to answer the question, but I'm not sure I had a suitable answer. And I think this is the question that a lot of Nigerians will continue to ask. There's a lot of gas. We need to support the transition. We need to deepen LPG distribution. We need to ensure that we are able to move from firewood and its related environmental impacts to a position where a lot of Nigerians are using LPG to sort of do their day-to-day cooking. That would be another measure of success for the decade of gas. When Nigerians say, in 2020, I was burning firewood, I am now using cooking gas. And this penetration goes beyond the urban centers. It needs to go as deep as the rural areas where the real large numbers are. As a Nigerian Gas Association, we are very committed to work with the LPG Association and other people who are working in the LPG value chain to ensure that this transition happens during the time frame declared by the Honorable Minister. A fourth priority area, which of course you're already aware of, is that we must ensure that there are additional gas trains in the export market. As Tony has said, Train 7 will increase LNG's capacity by about 35%. But what we must do as a country is to ensure that LNG remains competitively globally. And that's when Tony talked about even more trains, so that when you look at the global map, Nigeria is moving up rather than backwards as Qatar attempts to put in place its next 30 MTPA train. Finally, Nigeria is the giant of Africa although the South Africans have a different view. We must increase our connectivity across Africa. It starts with the regional scape where we've successfully built the WACP line. We need to put more gas into that line. We need to deepen that infrastructure. A lot of people say that where there is no gas pipeline, there is no gas consumption. But I usually beg to differ, because today there is virtual pipeline infrastructure. I look at Mr. Brook, a pioneer in building mini LNG here in Nigeria. These are the various options that will allow us to stay ahead of the curve. Mini LNG, CNG, virtual pipeline operators who can get gas to where pipeline gas is not yet available. But what that typically does is that areas begin to industrialize without waiting for the pipeline networks to get to where they are operating. We need to close the interconnectivity that exists between the seaports, the roads, because that is how the industrial customers move their finished products into new markets. If we are to affect Africa positively, we need to be able to get our goods by sea, by road, by railway into new markets across different regions, south, north, east of Nigeria and across Africa. That's where the consumption is. That is the demand. We must deliberately do this. Success will not be easy. And the Nigerian Gas Association's view is that there are critical areas that need to be fixed short term. Short term for us is 2-3 years, if we are to be able to position ourselves to look into that decade of gas. The first one for us is around putting in place the right regulatory structure that would allow commercial activities to move ahead. Globally, we talk of a willing buyer, willing seller market. We need to accelerate towards that. While we may say we want to go slowly, but that needs to be very clear when we get to that point, because that drives investors to know that they're going into a market that will allow growth to happen, and it becomes a lot clearer for them. The PIB must be passed. I'm looking at our Honorable Senator representing James Manager. Sir, we need a PIB that is gas friendly. We need to move away from looking at the PIB as a source of royalty or rent. Gas must be viewed as an enabler for Nigeria to be able to develop over the next decade. Thirdly, it is important that we build the infrastructure that we need for tomorrow, today. The most successful regional infrastructure in Nigeria was built in 1989, the Escravos-Lagos pipeline system, the N.I.P.S. It's only getting full now, where we're now sort of doing the N.I.P.S 2, we're doing the OBOB link, we are looking at building the AKK. If you do not build your infrastructure at least a decade before you get to the point that you will need it, your chances of success is slim. And that is why what the government is trying to do now to build the AKK, it's a strategic look into the future. If that line is not there, a long time before the decade of gas reaches steady state, we will not be able to get gas at the right price into the northern area and build the sort of demand that we expect. Finally, where we have gotten to today has been a combination of various initiatives. We have spoken about the Nigerian Gas Master Plan, a key piece of work that has helped to provide us a Bible to refer to as we have continuously tried to grow the gas market. It is the view of the NGA that all stakeholders need to work with the Ministry of Petroleum to transition the NGMP to the NDGMP, the Nigerian Decade of Gas Master Plan. As the NGA, we are committed to partner with all the key stakeholders to see what goes into that key framework. But where we also sit, we think that there will possibly be various plan iterations. There could be an NDGMP1, which takes us to 2030. We assess what we have achieved, what has changed globally. Do we then need to put in place another master plan for the next 10 years? But what this would do is that it would allow us to measure success. It would track what we need to achieve in the short term, and then it will also allow us to look back. If this is done, and you see my slide has a number of question marks, today there's about 5.5 BCF moving around in Nigeria's gas space. I think we can grow those volumes by up to 3 times. More importantly, I think we can move the current domestic gas supply from about 2.5 to somewhere in the 10 BCF range, which is a 4 times growth in local consumption, while also growing exports at about the same time. In concluding, 5 decades ago, natural gas was still seen as a nuisance. It was the unwanted byproduct from oil exploration. As Shell, we would drill, in the early days, we would drill an oil well. It is oil, gas. If it is gas, we will cap it. But now we're having the conversation around how then do we make that gas to work for Nigeria. We have seen natural gas transform global economies. Qatar is always a great example. But most of the countries in Europe wouldn't be where they are today if they had not harnessed the power of gas. According to the International Energy Agency, 1.1 billion people across the world currently lack access to energy. 50% of them are in Africa. Harnessing our vast gas resources is key to our own development because it gives us the ability to lift millions out of poverty, giving them the right economic means to meet their basic needs and well-being. It also gives us a pathway for development and growth, creating significant opportunities to build a viable manufacturing and industrial sector. At the NGA Gas Monologues and also at the N.I.P. Decade of Gas Summit in March, Dr. Joe Kang, the president of the International Gas Union, stated that energy is key to achieving 9 out of the 17 United Nations Development Goals. 9 out of 17, more than half. The African Development Bank is even more bullish. It says there that the high 5 priorities that need to be met for Africa's development can only be done if natural gas is used as the fuel source. There is therefore no doubt in my mind that natural gas utilization and development would continue to play a key role in Nigeria, in Africa, as we try to industrialize. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President, Nigerian Gas Association and MD Shell Nigeria Gas at Obong. Thank you very much. On Monday, at the Presidential Bill of National Assembly, we were told by the Senate President that the PIB is coming out in a matter of weeks from this week. Many of us have said we're waiting with bated breath. Some are asking, will it come? Will there be an adjustment? But being told to expect not a perfect law, but a good one that will drive the industry forward. Ed has said, let it have good place for gas. Interestingly, we would listen to what the National Assembly's take is on gas, what the expectations are, is what we're going on. The Chairman, Senate Committee on Gas, Senator James Manager, is unable to join us this morning, but he has sent a very right person to do this business today. Let's welcome Senator Degi Biobara-Kumar, Vice Chairman of the committee, for the Red Chambers address.
Well, I was not here when the summit this morning started, and so I won't be very familiar with the protocol order. But at least I was already here before the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum, walked in. So it is my pleasure to recognize his presence, and I can also see my good friend, the Director of DPR. Can also see my brother, Engineer Simbi Wabute, Mr. Local Content, of course, Tony Atta, the MD of NLNG. You will permit me to reserve further protocols. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I stand here, I can have an helicopter view of all of you seated here. So I can see that you are all very distinguished, ladies and gentlemen. Just like the president of the Nigeria Gas Association commented on the presentation made by Tony Atta, mine is that you would also expect that it will be difficult for me to go into technicalities. And so, by paper presented to me by the chairman of the Committee on Gas Resources of the Senate, very distinguished Senator James Manager, is not going to be technical and is going to be also very brief. Well, let me share this with you. Several years ago, before 1903, Bishop Wright of the United States of America attended a conference. And at that conference, a professor came and made a presentation. And he told the audience that based on certain findings, very, very soon, men will fly. So Bishop Wright looked at him and, as a man of God, he's not a scientist. So they don't believe in, science precisely. But he listened to him and the professor repeated, he said, no. Professor, men cannot fly, only angels fly. But after several years, not too long, in 1903, two children of Bishop Wright, Uville Wright and Wilbur Wright, were the two gentlemen that discovered aeroplane. And what are we trying to say? Bishop Wright disputed the statement of the professor, but the professor's statement was based on science and technology at that time, and it came to pass. So, ladies and gentlemen, the engagements we have been having over time concerning the fact that the oil train is almost gone, we have to run with speed to catch up with it, and even the gas from the presentations we have had, except we are serious and properly repositioned to face the realities, the gas train will also be leaving us very, very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very popular story that from the oil fields of Texas, you may have heard about it even here in the summit probably. You know, a prospector came to a restaurant and the prospector was looking very sad, very, very sad. So a chief executive who, you know, was his own friend, looked at him and said, "What's wrong again? Have you struck another dry oil well?" He said, "No, my brother, this one is more than that. I struck gas well." So, ladies and gentlemen, we are happy that we are here where we are, but the truth about the matter is that gas is no longer the poor junior brother of oil. And that is why we are today talking about gas decade. And it's a decade that has come to stay. And so we have to take it very seriously, drive it effectively, so that we will benefit optimally from it as a nation. It is on that note that you will permit me, he had given me a written short address, and I will go ahead to read it. I wish to commend the conveners of this summit who have chosen this period to provide direction to the Nigerian state in the area of the oil and gas propelled economy. Distinguished stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, while observing that substantial discoveries had been made in the deep offshore area, natural gas discoveries were incidental to exploration for crude oil. Developments unfolding across the Federation, particularly in the Niger Delta region, which is home to oil and gas, however, reveal that the operational readiness rates of the agencies under the Ministry of Petroleum Resources are virtually low, and meeting the challenges seems to fill this gap. Yet, there is the need for experts, policymakers, the critical stakeholders to explore the physical and economic impacts on a variety of the components of our national life. The prospects. Natural gas is a transition fuel that is environmentally friendly, affordable, reliable, accessible, and flexible. As countries face mounting pressure to provide electricity and reduce carbon emissions, natural gas has emerged as a great compromise between industry and environmental activists. Natural gas from the various plants alone could replace 60% of the electricity generation from other thermal sources. And domestic gas supply will be a cheaper source of fuel for electricity generation. As long as the price of gas remains competitive relative to crude oil, gas becomes a better substitute for power production in Nigeria, from which billions and trillions could be derived in direct revenue. Just as the exploration of oil has created jobs, a thriving gas sector, even if only for export or industrial uses, has the potentials to create thousands and millions of jobs and develop homegrown expertise in a high-demand sector with long-term benefits. With many discoveries across Africa. The need to explore gas for domestic development and implement policies to drive its utilization, especially as it relates to electricity and industrial growth, remains a major agenda for stakeholders to consider. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, given the global migration from oil to cleaner fuels, such as gas, the Nigerian economy is going to become increasingly dependent on gas and less dependent on crude oil. While many local producers in the food and allied product sector may have switched to gas-powered plants, the need to develop infrastructure as part of measures to deepen adoption is also key. To fully benefit from the utilization of natural gas and its conversions, developing countries like ours will require private and public involvement to develop infrastructure and to create domestic and regional gas markets. Our country will peculiarly require assistance to create efficient gas market structures and legal and regulatory frameworks that encourage result-oriented participation and the efficient utilization of gas. The extension of a special pricing arrangement to any arm of the industry is expected to be preceded by extensive consultation, in-depth research, and a holistic assessment of the consequences of such arrangements for the manufacturing industry to ensure that no element of the value chain is broken in the process. The national gas policy recognizes the importance of relevant stakeholders being carried along in regulatory decision-making. The intrinsic conditions of gas to liquid networks that are characterized by large economies of scale make competition in gas network construction inefficient and undesirable. Consequently, natural monopolies such as downstream gas transmission and distribution are generally subject to economic regulation. Gas supply and distribution initially are often based on long-term contractual relationships between upstream and downstream companies. To achieve balance between the various conflicting interests and independence, regulatory framework has to be established that provides confidence to all parties. A key requirement for establishing such a framework is to clearly separate powers in the gas industry between agencies and institutions dealing with matters of policy and regulation and the industry players. Well, all these are issues that by the special grace of God, when the PIB is passed with the expectation of key players in the industry, will be fulfilled. This requires that economic regulation must be carried out independently to ensure that political considerations do not influence the operation and financial viability of the industry in the long term. As we accelerate the implementation of the AKK, NGP, NLNG, Train 7, Escravos gas to liquid projects, among others, this summit should certainly provide a framework within which government and stakeholders can design operations in a way that will enable us to maintain the quality of our interventions. And most certainly, the legal and regulatory framework that governs the industry and the gas market would have profound impacts on the willingness of public and private investors to invest in gas infrastructure. Thinking the way forward, I clearly understood that enormous gas projects are required to ensure safety of people in all evolving activities. The positive environmental impact of the reduction of flares, complemented by efforts to minimize other impacts on the environment, such as land usage, waste discharges, job creation through use of local content, and further development of modern business and technical skills, greater security in the monetization of gas through an alternative to liquefaction, and stakeholders demonstrated commitment to and support achievement of the gas objective and maximization of value of venture by application of world-class capital stewardship, project management, and plant operation in creating a business capable of delivering products to market in a safe, efficient, reliable, and cost-effective manner. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my assurance that this summit will beam a useful searchlight on the needed successes of the Nigerian gas sector. And on that note, may I conclude with a reference to the statement by Diana Kurels that natural gas will be the main energy source in the transition from fossil fuels, to green energies. It has the potentials to develop economies and improve the livelihoods of workers and communities through decent jobs. It is also an important source of energy for households and factories. But before I leave the podium, the president of the Nigeria Gas Association made an appeal, of course, reference to the statement made by the president of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawan. I'm happy that the Honorable Minister of State, Petroleum Resources, is here. I can stand here to confirm that statement, that it is a statement of fact, it is doable. We are working around the clock in collaboration with the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, and can assure you that, as promised by the Senate President, that bill that is as old as the Fourth Republic National Assembly will see the light of day. It is on that note that, once again, I thank you for your rapt attention.
Senator Degi Bio Barakuma, Vice Chairman, Senate Committee on Gas, reiterating what his President of the Senate and Chairman of National Assembly has said. We will have the privilege later this afternoon to also listen to the take of the Green Chambers, as we have an honorable in the House representing the Chairman House Committee on Gas. Honorable Anieke and John Omana is also in the House, so much later we'll listen to him. We'll get commitment from the Green and the Red Chambers, we'll go to sleep, and we're certain that the PIB is coming. PIB is coming. PIB is here. Thank you. Going on now to the next presentation, we welcome for our vision on gas, on the decade of gas, our very own chief host of the N.I.P.S, Honorable Minister of State Petroleum, His Excellency Chief Timipre Silva, as he gives us his ministerial address at this gas session. Let's welcome the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Senator of the Federal Republic, who has just spoken to us, distinguished Senator Degi Bio Barakuma Eremienyu, Honorable Aniokon John Umana, a member of the House of Representatives, a member of the Committee on Gas, Bitrus Bako Nabasu, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Petroleum, Engineer Sarki Awalu, the Director or CEO of the DPR, Engineer Simbi Wabute, the Executive Secretary of the NCDMB, Engineer, oh sorry, not engineer this time, Ahmed Boboy, Executive Secretary of the Petroleum Equalization Fund, Benjamin Asante, Director of Ministry of Energy, Ghana, Umana Okon Umana, the MD of the Oil and Gas Free Zones Authority, distinguished MDs of companies, captains of industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I have listened to speaker after speaker since Monday, and I am yet to see one speaker that did not mention gas. We have spoken of gas, and that is really beautiful. But I promise you one thing, we will still speak more of gas. If you follow the history of energy, you will say that, I will say that the world started with natural gas in a very rudimentary way. We blew air to the fire. We fanned the embers of fire to get flame. That was some form of natural gas. Then we moved to using palm oil in these parts of the world as our source of energy. We had moved from gas to liquid state. Then we moved from there to fossil fuels, and we started with the solid state. Started with coal in the solid state. And then we moved from coal in the solid state to crude oil in the liquid state again. And now the law of cycle is completing, and we are moving back to natural gas where we began. So whatever anybody says, transition fuel, destination fuel, natural gas is where we are going in Nigeria. The MD of LNG, when he was speaking, said people have made choices. Yes, some people have chosen to move from here to renewables, but we also, to achieve at least the basic energy load, to achieve the basic load, we have decided here that the next destination for us will be gas. After gas, after we've been able to utilize the gas that we have, then we can discuss any other fuels. When we gathered here earlier in March, not here, but in Abuja, and virtually earlier in March this year, for the inaugural edition of the highly successful Decade of Gas Conference, the message to the global oil and gas community was clear. Nigeria is ready to utilize our natural gas resources to drive industrial development. At the heart of this administration is the vision to drive infrastructure and industrial development of the country in order to prosper her citizens and make life more meaningful to all. Natural gas ticks all the boxes as a vehicle to help government achieve the aspiration, and that is why we embrace the resource to help turn around the economy. To demonstrate that we are indeed committed to our vision, the decade of gas has now become an integral part of the Nigeria International Petroleum Summit. Thankfully, our reliable partner, the Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas Limited, is not backing out. They are fully backing this initiative all the way. Nigeria's natural gas reserves stand at 203 TCF, with potential touted to be 600 TCF. So what? Personally, I'm tired of reeling out these statistics. They are meaningless without any action. To this end, I expect this session to be more action-packed, action-oriented. From the feedback I get, stakeholders and the Nigerian people are fully in support of the government's natural gas agenda and the quest to use the resource to turn this country around. We cannot afford to let the people down. We cannot afford any delay. We need to hit the iron while it is red hot. I want to believe that the roadmap and action plan to deliver on the expectations of a gas-powered economy by 2030, developed from the earlier meeting, is part of the agenda of this session. In this regard, on Wednesday, the 2nd of June 2001, I inaugurated a 3-tier structure to develop this roadmap, comprising a committee of sponsors, a steering committee, and a working team. The committee of sponsors is to be chaired by myself, with the GMD N.I.P.S, Chairman OPTS, MD LNNG, Director DPR, and a representative of the Honorable Minister of Finance as members. The steering committee is expected to deliver their report within 8 weeks. A consultant will provide program and project management services across the 3 tiers. The final roadmap will be a combination of all efforts and previous work done by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, the N.I.P.S, the DPR, the PPPRA, Standards Organization of Nigeria, N.I.P.S, etc., and will be coordinated by the consultant into one consolidated report. I want to see a holistic roadmap and an action plan that provides the appropriate leverage for the way forward in delivering the decade of gas vision. The critical milestone that must be achieved should be clearly stated with short, medium, and long-term strategies. There should be defined and detailed activities, actions, timelines, and shared responsibilities. The Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources is ready to play its part and follow its shared responsibility through. the President, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, has demonstrated enough zeal to leave no doubt that his vision of using the country's vast natural gas resources to lift Nigeria into the league of top industrialized nations in the next decade is not a matter of rhetoric. I do not expect everything in this journey to be a smooth sail. However, with the kind of determination I have seen so far demonstrated by the President on natural gas-related issues, there is no challenge along the way that will be too difficult to surmount. Let us do our part and bring prosperity to our people. Posterity will be very kind to us. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Minister, please, sir. Your Excellency, please, before you take your seat, I was sorting out the cables. You need the gift from the ministry, sir. Before you take your seat, the gift from, let's give it to the distinguished senator, Senator Degi Biobarakuma, sir. If you can just, it's a tradition here. We give our speakers from the ministry. We appreciate you for coming to speak. Yeah, on the stage, sir. Mr. Atasa, you can also please step forward. And of course, Mr. Obong, the NGA president. Then we'll do a photo ops with all of you together once Mr. Obong receives. Mr. Atta, please go ahead. Oh, okay. Okay. You know, Minister, you are the one that gives the gift, so we will not be giving yourself because you are the one that gives the gift. So thank you for giving the gift. Anyways, so Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have, if we can't let all of this just go, we have a session that will address all of this. But before I bring up that session, I want to ask all of your distinguished selves for a favor. And that favor is, please, can you just stand for a minute and stretch? You've been sitting since 9 a.m. Please stand for a moment and stretch. Before we take the next session, we're not going on a break, as it were. We're just stretching before we go into the next session. That session is going to be a panel conversation. We're going into it. So we'll just stretch a little bit. While we're doing that, it's just a stretching. While we're doing that, let me welcome the Managing Director, Oil and Gas Free Zones Authority, Umana Okon Umana Tohi. Please hold on, sir. Let me free the front a bit before I bring you up. Please, those of us who are standing, can we stand around our seats? Paparazzi, can you leave the front, please? Station is still on, paparazzi, I beg you. Please, we're not on a break, paparazzi. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so, Mr. Umana Okon Umana, sir, please, sir, if you can take your seat. Can you please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as he takes his seat? He's on the panel. Joining him is the Managing Director of Zinergy Group, Mr. Emeka Ene. Mr. Ene, sir, if you can please step forward and take your seats. Joining them is Eddie Van der Broek, Chairman, Greenville LNG Limited. Eddie, if you can please come take your seats. Joining them is the... Kunle, can I see you, please? Kunle Stevenson. Okay, you may be seated now. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's welcome the founder of Noxy Power Limited, Oroma Oyewole. She is on the panel. Oroma, where are you? You're welcome. Let's also welcome the President, GE Nigeria, and Managing Director, GE Gas Power Systems for Nigeria and Angola and West Africa. Welcome Mohamed Mijindadi. Mohamed is on the panel. Mohamed, you're welcome. Thank you. Let's welcome Mr. Dayo Adesina. He is also on the panel. Okay, so Dayo Adesina is former president of NLPGA and currently working with the Office of the VP for Gas. We also welcome the Director, Gas, Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Mrs. Nkem Aholo. Madam Aholo, you're welcome to take your seats. And then the intervention and wrap-up for this session will be done by the General Manager Production for Nigeria LNG, Mr. Dele Falade. He will come. Okay, is there a space? Okay, is there a seat for him there? Okay, he's sitting here. All right, cool. So I'll call you, Wale will call you up for the wrap-up once we get to that bridge. And Wale Famurewa, your seat is taken already. You know the middle screen is your friend now. Wale, the show is yours. The show is yours.
Richmond, thank you. Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister, CEOs and heads of agencies in the room, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us again for this session. And as I like to do, I always try to make it as interactive as possible, so we would like to get the audience to chime in on this conversation. So we'll appeal to our speakers to keep it relatively short if you can, so that we can take one or two questions. So we are talking about the global implication of the gas revolution with a focus on what it means for Nigeria. And earlier I was just trying to get a sense of where we're at. I think there's a lot of good things going for gas, no doubt, because gas demand, for example, is expected to continue to rise at least until 2035. Some are suggesting that for oil, it may not be for that long, but we'll see. But of course, there are still some big issues. Emission regulation, for example, is something that we're seeing more and more of in many of the countries that are buying LNG, for example. So we need to certainly be prepared for the changing environment that we are seeing in the world today. So I'm delighted to have this panel chime in on a couple of issues that impact how Nigeria trades with the world and indeed how we deal with this gas situation, if we can call it that, in Nigeria. So I'm very thankful for our panelists who are joining us today. So I'd like to start, if I can, with Eddie. And Eddie, maybe you can just give us your thoughts on this. I mentioned the dynamics in the global markets, and I want to hear your thoughts on how we, if you like, talk about the new age of LNG moving forward. Obviously, we have the NLNG leading the way here in Nigeria, but as has been discussed earlier today, we need to have a lot more investment in that respect. But can you just give us your thoughts on this as we try to prepare as an industry in Nigeria?
Well, I would like to thank first of all the minister and DPR for the help we got lately and in the last year in the progress of our project. I think everybody knows today what greenfield is in this market. The difference with all those speeches I hear here is that everybody talks about the future. Now, we have at the moment a plant with 3 mini LNG plants able to produce 2,250 tons per day. So we know that everybody is talking about millions of tons to be brought, in the future. today we are present all over the country. You will see here our strategy is that today we are in 16 different states where we are bringing LNG. We are moving exactly with 300 trucks over the country. When you see 16 present today, in the next 12 months, we will be present in 20 more states. So that means that all the states will have the availability of LNG, not in the future, but now, which is really what we need. Enough talks, enough all those kind of things. So to give you an example, we are today covering Sokoto. We have the first LNG storages and regasifications with Bua Cement. This is not future, this is not pictures. It is functioning, and we are supplying every day. Up to the end of this year, we will be supplying to Bua 400 tons of LNG per day, which will be replacing anthracite imported from South Africa. So the reality is there. Gas is there. We don't have to wait for that. There is no need for that. So the next move is going to be, you see here, Indomie, and can we see the different pictures on the different installations that are really operating today, all on LNG, from Sokoto to Kano to Maiduguri and all over the country today. LNG is available for the main industries. So our first target in this presentation was to see how we have now developed straight into the main industries. What is the next target? The next target is that we talked before about the lack of infrastructure in this country, because we can talk about trillions and all kinds of figures that the gas is in the ground. The gas is the Nigerian gas, has to be with the Nigerian user. So now, how are we going to do that? And what is the next subject in this is to see how we bring, via a new policy of hubs, in the next 12 months, gas available in each state of Nigeria. Here you see the map where we will be present, where you will have availability all over of storages of LNG, where there will be availability of CNG for every trader and every user, end user, pump station, gas station, no matter what it is. So the reality is there. We are not talking future. We are there. We are developing, we have developed this, and if we now can come to a hub to explain you what the real hub is. A hub is a central point, for example, in Sokoto. You will have availability of LNG. You will have distribution of LNG to the small users up to 200 or 300 kilowatt. So that means that the handicapped industry of smaller industries being fed today by tremendously expensive AGO will be all replaced by affordable LNG. From there, everybody will have the availability because we will decompress the LNG in CNG. In between 9 and 12 months, this will be present, the decompression, where you can fill gaskets, where the pump station can get CNG as well in Sokoto and in other areas of the country. Now, very important is, this is only possible through the assistance and the intervention of the ministry, because we can very often, blame the ministry is not doing the works. We have to say here, if we like it or not, that the intervention of the ministry and of N.N.P.S has helped us a lot in this project. Without this, Greenville would not be able to achieve what we have achieved today. So it thanks and also DPR, and very often we also forget here in this whole context the gas aggregator. The gas aggregator plays a very big role in the distribution of the gas in this country. So when you take now a hub, you see all the different companies that have been prospected and all the gas stations that will now, due to the intervention now and the big push from both sides, from the government and from N.N.P.S, the will to bring now to develop the autogas, which will finally stop the huge drainage of dollars out of this country, because now we will replace all the PMS by CNG as soon as possible. But again, this is not a project just for Greenville. We need to thank here the collaboration of all the institutions that have helped us in developing this project. So we all see here that it's not a dream, it's there. Reality is there. Now what we are missing here now, and what is very important in the whole context, is the failure of the power. Why? Now also the government has taken the decision to develop a brand new power plant between now and 6 months in Maiduguri. Congratulations for this effort. Now, this is certainly not enough. What is really crippling the country is to have power plants that have been built 10 or 15 years ago and that are still not operational. Some multinationals have dropped turbines. They are still not operating today. I think a small example of the Kaduna power plant, signed in 2009, for which we had ourselves a basic load of 1,000 tons a day. Now, this project is still not active. The turbines are there and they are rotting there because some multinationals have promised all kinds of things but have never performed. We need to see today the gas and the electricity should be provided, at least in a country like Nigeria, immediately, not in 5 years when the pipeline is there. It's now, because it's going to take 5 years to 7 years to build new power plants. We need to act today. The same we have is a small power plant in Sokoto. Why can that not be activated? So I need the help of the press and everybody, and all of you present here. Those plans are there. The LNG is there. So why not feed those plans, activate them in 3 to 6 months, and then we will get down the pressure on the power, especially in the north, where we can also then avoid a lot of Boko Harams and develop new things. When you see the sites we have developed today in Kano, for example, Kano was dead. Today, the new projects we have done in Kano, we can show you, they are all operational. We have 4 sites operational where the industries have grown from 50% today to 150% in less than a year. So, gentlemen, that's all what I have to say. That's all what I have to say.
Right.
But I need your collaboration. I need everybody's collaboration. We got the one now from the ministry, from the authorities, from N.N.P.S, but the whole population, and I think the press has to help this in pushing that power, getting operational now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Yesterday I mentioned that my panel became a bit of an, I think you called it activists, I called them advocates.
And I think that this is becoming that again today. So we look forward to unpacking some of the points that have been made here. All right, I want to go to Mr. Additional now. So maybe you can just take it up from where Eddie left up. We're talking about an economy in 2030 powered by gas. So your thoughts about the vision and the execution that needs to happen for that to be a reality.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's quite impressive to see the coordination that has taken place in the last 2 years especially. You can see from Eddie's presentation, I think I met him probably about 5 years ago when this was still in the development stages. And today, you can see the impact of what he's doing as far as the north. Yes, decade of gas, very important. I work in the field where we're closest to the people, the LPG space. And in terms of what we require today to actually get to the people, you need at least well over 3,500 filling plants. You need about 10,000 trucks to take us to the 5 million ton market, which the government has set itself. But back to this decade of gas, all day you've heard all the projects that should come on stream going forward. You have people who have 2 TCF of gas, 5, 1. And you're wondering how come all this hasn't taken place, developed in such a long time. To put this in perspective, Portugal runs 100% on gas from Nigeria LNG on their thermal stations. Yes, they have a mix of renewables, wind, solar, but the thermal stations run 100% on gas from Nigeria. So it shows what this gas can do for a country. We need to be able to develop our resources. The 203 TCF really, with the unproven reserves of 600 TCF, shows that we can actually hold our own to be industrialized. And this gas is the one that's going to be the catalyst. So the government's effort and this new target for the decade of gas is very significant. It's going to take us from where we are to one of the ranking nations where we really should have been 20 years ago. Yes, we went crazy on the oil, but the gas is really what's going to be the turnaround for us. You heard all the figures from NLNG. At the same time that they started, some other countries have had, Qatar to be specific, in terms of number of trains that they've done. So this is very significant for us. This decade of gas is quite important. I commend the Honorable Minister for this roadmap that he's trying to set up, and hopefully it will take us to where we need to be.
Right.
Thank you.
But if I can come back to you, earlier when the president of the NGA was speaking, he listed 3 things which I can describe as his wish list in terms of how we can move forward here. So he mentioned the right regulatory structure for commercial activity. He even mentioned the issue about allowing a willing buyer, willing seller. And of course, the obvious, the PIB must be passed. And lastly, he mentioned building infrastructure for tomorrow, today. And just touching those themes, I was wondering your perspective on the key things that a forum like this needs to come together to achieve for us to really achieve the goals and targets that we set for 2030.
I think the framework and the background for that has already been set when the government passed the gas policy in 2017. Harmonization and coordination is what's important. You have all these summits all the time, but implementation is what is key. And what this kind of summit brings out is some of the highlights some of the areas and the challenges and solutions preferred. So I think in terms of, and referring back specifically to what Ed has said, that foundation's been laid already. Implementation is what is key, and more importantly, coordination.
So in terms of that implementation, what is top of mind for you? What must we address right now?
Specifically, if I go to Ed's presentation, just to give an example.
Sure.
Again, he's mentioned a power plant that's sitting down there, doesn't have gas, and yet the country is suffering from significant shortage of power. So those are the kind of things that needs to be addressed.
So what, the infrastructure?
There needs to be a handshake. No, in terms of the infrastructure, yes, infrastructure for one, but more importantly, coordination between the various agencies and ministries to make sure that this happens. How can a power plant be sitting down without any gas, and yet there's now gas available? And yet we need power. So that coordination needs to take place. I mean, a seamless coordination. That's what's important.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, let me go to Mr. Omana right now. And you are the MD of the Oil and Gas Free Zone Authority. A lot has been said over the last 2 days about costs doing business in Nigeria. And I imagine that a free zone is one of those things that really should help drive down costs. But I'm not hearing too much about investment in that zone, and I'm wondering why. Can you just speak to what's happening there?
Well, thank you very much. Well, let me start by saying that listening to the various contributors from yesterday, the development of gas is key for the economic growth of the country. And I think that in achieving this, we must be mindful of the business environment. What kind of business environment are we dealing with? And I think this is where we come in. Special economic zones have been used elsewhere as a tool to drive economic growth. And when you look at the global outlook, we have over 5,000 special economic zones in over 140 countries. And again, looking at specific countries, how special economic zones have impacted growth and development. You take China, for example. Their special economic zones have contributed up to 25% of their GDP and accounts for up to 60% of exports. So the record of success of economic zones is there. And to drive the development of agriculture, of course, we need capital flows. And capital flows have been shrinking. In 2020, we had a reduction, a decrease of about 40%, of course, which also had to do with the pandemic and lockdown. But the flows are shrinking, and the market is global. So that means for you to attract investments, to do the projects we have in mind to develop gas, we must be globally competitive. And the free zones provide that competitive edge because we offer financial incentives, customs incentives, immigration incentives, and even incentives that are soft but are critical to lowering costs. So coming to costs, the free zones, by the way they are structured to be enablers. They are structured to ensure that the difficulties the operators would encounter outside the free zone in the customs territory, the rest of the country, those challenges are dealt with within the structure of the free zone. I can speak to some examples. An operator outside may have to be running around for approvals, but within the free zone, because we operate the concept of the one-stop shop, approvals for visas, approvals from customs, and so on, can be obtained speedily within the free zone because you don't need to go outside looking for customs approval. And this means you can save time. And again, in terms of how cargoes are processed, I can use the example of the oil and gas free zone. We have an understanding, a service level agreement with customs. So the turnaround time is 48 hours. So if your cargo comes in and is consigned to the free zone, it takes just 48 hours to have your cargoes processed. And of course, time is money. And I must say that whatever we're doing, we should not lose sight of the fact that several other countries, including Qatar that has been mentioned as an example where you can talk about success in gas development. They have also deployed the strategy of the special economic zone. I believe that Nigeria is on track, but we can do a lot more. Recently, the president approved the establishment of a new special economic zone in Akwa Ibom, which is an area that is also richly endowed in gas and hydrocarbons. And it's one of the biggest zones in Africa with a land area of 50,000 hectares. And the anchor projects are all gas-based projects. So far we have licensed 12 operators, and all of the projects are gas-based projects. There's also the Brass Oil and Gas City coming up in Brass. That oil and gas zone was licensed in 2015, but because the anchor investor was still working on raising funds for the anchor projects, but that free zone also will very soon commence operations with the intervention of local content, the Ministry of Petroleum and N.I.P.S. It is set to run. So these free zones, because of what they offer, the special incentives they offer, are open to investors who are looking at the gas area and who are coming to Nigeria. It is not only for foreign investors.
Right.
I sat here and I heard about the waves even independent operators are creating. So even indigenous investors should also look at our free zones because of the capacity to reduce costs if the operations take place in the free zone.
Right. Okay, thank you very much for that update. Very valuable, I'm sure. All right, so let me bring you in, Emeka. I know you do have a presentation. I want you to speak to the whole issue around technology and how things are changing. Let me just allow you to make your presentation, and then maybe I would interrogate it further.
Thank you very much. It's 2 minutes, but
sure.
Just for us to have the right perspective when it comes to technology and gas and how we can make that work for everybody. What makes us tick as Nigerians? What makes us tick? IPMN, I pass my neighbor, makes us tick. And we can all relate to that. It doesn't matter where you live, you can all relate to I pass my neighbor. So modular electricity sustains the livelihood of a majority of Nigerians. That's a point. The next thing that makes us tick is pay small, small. We can all relate to that. With the right incentives and right structure, people are willing to pay their bills. Oga, manage it like that. Everybody can relate to that. So Nigerians settle for less than perfect conditions, and we just move on with life, the way life deals us the cards. So now when you look at Nigeria's GDP, it's A, B, C. Agriculture, services, and industry. So we thrive by many people doing a few good things, not a few people doing many good things. That's Nigeria for you. There's always a second and a third hustle for the average Nigerian. Therefore, we solve our problems by the way the Super Eagles have always won their matches. Mass attack, mass defense. right? And this is important for us to understand that all of these things put together, we win when we get on with it and get the things done, which is what Ed talked about. Just get after it and we solve our problems. So for gas to power to work, gas to power technology to work, there are 3 S's we need to think about and take away from this room, which is it has to be sustainable, there must be guaranteed security of supply, and the third one, of course, there must be a tangible socioeconomic impact for us to take it forward. Now, to understand sustainability, let's look at Nigeria and let's look at India. You know, similar populations, maybe a bit bigger, but similar challenges, whatever. But look at it. India does almost 400 gigawatts of power capacity. We have 12 gigawatts. And we have, transmission is less than 5 gigawatts. India does, at least as of 21st of April, almost 170 gigawatts. But we've had 28 collapses of our grid in the last year or two. India has had one in 2012, right? Our grid is centralized. India's grid is regional and interconnected, like a ring. So we have to think about what works for us. Sustainability. So we need to think about distributed off-grid power in a way that works. Again, think about it. I pass my neighbor. Small power doing some great things, rather than big power doing not so many good things. The next one is security of supply, right? Regional hubs are beginning to emerge, and one of them, for example, is the KGG. The KGG is the Kwale Gas Gathering Hub, and this is a unique hub, 300 million SCOF, but it is supported by the NGC, by NCDMB, and by the cluster producers in that area coming together to put gas not just into the OB3, but also to empower an industrial park around that area. That's an example of security of supply. So when the main supply lines drop out, you can always have pockets of gas that can feed that process. Finally, socioeconomic impact. If gas is environmentally friendly, we've said it so many times, but you have grassroots industrialization that can happen if we allow people along the line have access to gas and gas-based activity. And ultimately, what is all of this about but to improve the quality of our life? To end this, if you're building a house and a nail breaks, do you stop building or do you change the nail? This is very important. We must find a way around our problems the way Nigerians have always done. I pass my neighbor. Or manage it like that, and then move forward with all the various things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mecca, for that. All right, so let's hear the GE perspective now on how we can really address this flaring issue. Mohammed, it's over to you. I wonder if you have a presentation as well? Okay, but just go ahead.
Do I have to push on it? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect, thank you. Yeah, so I think from a GE standpoint, this is an interesting topic because we play in the power space. We're an equipment manufacturer. And I remember a few years ago, before we came full force as a corporation into the country, we always used to sell the Nigeria story. And what we always used to say, it's also had some difficulties, but we're really happy with the strides that have happened in recent times, because in all honesty, there is a lot of money that can be made with this flare gas if it is commercialized. I think the last report that I had looked at, it says almost $700 million annually could be recovered. But beyond that, we are a country that is thinking about industrialization. And as much as the world is talking about renewable energy, we know as a country that is predominantly gas, has a really large gas deposit, even that transition to renewable gas is always going to have its field. So it's our responsibility collectively to think about how we can work together and make the best with regards to optimizing this very valuable resource. If you think about it from a power standpoint, we could generate close to about 45,000 megawatts, just off the proven reserves that we have. So the question is, why are we not doing it? And that's why I like Tony's conversation, I like the Honorable Minister's conversation. So what? We're the largest, or we're the 8th largest, or the largest in Africa, or the 8th largest in the world. So what? What are we doing about it? So I have 3 things that I think we could collectively work on. And it's going to be a shared responsibility between some things the government could be doing better and some things we could also do better as private sectors. So one, from a government standpoint, there is going to be serious need for the government to meet investors halfway with regards to infrastructure development. You know, we tried advertising the flare gas privatization. A lot of the issues, again, if you think about investment, investors are looking for where can they put their money and make the best returns without too much risk. It's a really hard story to tell where you don't have large pockets of gas, and there are so many issues that have to go with regards to unlocking this capital. So I think the government could work a lot better in trying to reduce that exposure gap from a lot of investment standpoint. The other issue is just this ease of doing business, and it's a very whitewashy term, but there's a lot packed in it, and it's everything that we do, from the way we sell ourselves as a country, the way we position ourselves with the actual act of working and doing business. It could be better, and I think there's different things that government could do to meet investors halfway. And then from an investor standpoint, I think we just need to work better as collaborators. You know, there is so much of a pie for everybody to be able to work together and harness. And beyond investment, we're Nigerians, at least most of us. So our ability to collaborate rather than compete, and trying to hold government's hands where they are lacking to try to see how we can make the best of this, I think would be the best for everyone in the total. So there's a lot. I really believe in this gas, the gas commercialization program, and I'm really happy to partner and work with everyone on this table and also the government in unlocking that.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much for the commitment. All right, so I'm moving to the ladies on stage now. And I'll start with you, Oroma, because I want to leave the final word to the representative of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources so that they can somewhat react to everything that has been said. But we heard about the I Pass My Neighbor IPMN acronym just now. And you are obviously in the IPP space. I want to hear about your thoughts about the dynamics that you're seeing, and in the context of us moving to this gas economy by 2030. I want to hear your thoughts about where those IPPs are situated in all of that. I do believe you have a presentation, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, if you can just pass this on to her. Please, can we have the presentation up? Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. So I think, everybody on the panel has said quite a few things that hopefully I'll just, tie in and buttress a little bit. So this chart essentially summarizes the current state of the power sector today. When we look at generation, we have a little over 12.5 gigawatts installed capacity. But due to maintenance, gas, water, and transmission constraints, only about 25% of this reaches consumers every day. 85% of our installed capacity is actually fueled by gas. However, supply is low due to insufficient production, economic disincentives, inadequate infrastructure, and the occasional vandalism. Nigerian's transmission system has the capacity to transmit a fraction of this, a little over 5 gigawatts, but it's disrupted by system collapses and frequently forced outages. So current transmission capacity is higher than the operational generation capacity at this moment, but as we get increasing operational capacity, this is going to become the constraint. Then we look at the distribution system itself, and our distribution companies suffer significant losses with, about 46% of energy lost due to technical, commercial, and collection issues. So needless to say, there's significant work to be done in the sector for everybody to get power. Now, to be fair, the government and the regulators are listening. There have been significant strides to adapt and refine existing policies to foster more innovation in the sector and basically ensure more power gets to each and every home and business. from providing opportunities for tax credits and investment incentives, such as the gas-to-power pricing, to the development of the willing buyer and willing seller regime to encourage bilateral contracts independent of the grid. So there have been steps to ensure that power providers are regulated for safety, but assets are not left idle. So this is really where independent power plants can help. So you have large IPPs like Azura that supply 450 megawatts to the system, or you can have smaller scale distributed systems, like was mentioned earlier, where you're looking at 5 megawatt plants that can be embedded in communities and provide them with 24-hour power. So how would this work? When you think about these distributed energy systems and mini grids, we can look at a closed loop system like we have on the chart. So fuel can be delivered through piped gas, compressed gas, or liquefied gas, depending on the distance from the source. This gas is then fed into the engines, whether it's decompressed or whatever. And the electricity generated by the engines are then distributed to neighboring off-takers through independent cables. So the entire network can basically feed and serve hundreds of homes, and only needs to be a couple of kilometers wide to do that. But it essentially takes all of us working together to deliver this incremental power. So the regulators, we need to continue to work with them to refine the legislator, to encourage investment in the sector, and to basically encourage innovation and the way people think about how they can deliver this power. The distribution companies, we need to partner with them to create these pockets of excellence across the country. And we need to work with communities as well, because they need to understand the value that these mini systems can basically have a significant impact on their health, safety, productivity in the different areas. And typically, I've found that working with the regulators to have these conversations have been great. In the past, we've seen agencies like DPR actually help in these conversations to say gas is safe, this might be different, et cetera, et cetera. And generally, I think I personally look forward to being part of this progress and this journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The IPP element to fixing the power problem, no doubt, is important in Nigeria today. All right, so now we go to the regulator. And thank you so much, Mrs. Agolo, for joining us. So a lot has been said so far, and I wonder what message you have for this panel, but I'll just highlight a couple of things. When Mohammed spoke, he spoke about the authorities, perhaps the government and regulators meeting halfway, and he's precisely mentioned infrastructure development and the ease of doing business. So I'd like to hear more about your message to this audience as we try to move to this gas-powered economy by 2030.
Okay, thank you. At the end of the N.I.P.S pre-summit conference that held in March, I concluded with the statement that if not for COVID-19 pandemic, the gas sector will still be at the backstage. And so the theme of this summit is really germane for the gas sector, from crisis to opportunity. Because if not for the COVID-19 pandemic, all these talks would not be going on, I would not be going forward. From what we had at that time, we know we had reduction in our oil price. We also had the number of, we knew that gas would have to be the way everybody has agreed. We've all spoken, all the speakers have been saying that gas is the way to go. So we have to move our economy from crude oil export economy to a gas-driven economy. And my Honorable Minister for State Petroleum Resources had the foresight early last year to set up the National Gas Expansion Program. From there, we went to the year of gas and then the decade of gas. So what I'll talk about is that there are some challenges we have, which I know that people in the sector here will be able to help us with. One, we have to come up with a production sharing contract, PSC, for gas alone. Like what the GGM N.I.P.S said yesterday. The PSC commercial terms for gas alone, it is only for associated gas. That is, if you are looking for oil, and you get gas, you now start talking about it. But I want the investors to say now we are setting up a production sharing contract for gas alone, so that when you are getting gas, we'll get to that point, we now say oil is associated. And also, we know that in the NGEP, we've been talking about power, but there are other ways in which we can use gas. If we go outside, we'll see some vehicles that have been converted for usage with CNG and LPG. Those are the ways we think that gas can also be used. And in doing that, the challenges we have is having conversion kits. We're having lack of capacity, enough skilled people to do that. And of course, as we also say, funding is always a challenge. But we also know that with time, the ministry is looking into the fact that to encourage that, a policy might come up where we would consider that cars coming in should be dual fueled, so that when you on your own, you use gas and you use the PMS or diesel, you will decide which one is cheaper for you to use. And although we know that NLNG is saying they are bringing in more molecules into the country, if most people go for gas, we will not have enough molecules. So I encourage NLNG to bring in more molecules into the country, and the IOCs to bring in more molecules into the country. Obviously, we are also going to make sure that now all those policies on gas, including what we come up with PIB, we'll make sure that we enforce all of them and we implement all of them. Of course, whatever as we go on in our implementation, any challenges that come up, we'll try to bring up policies that will be able to handle them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really like the way you've crafted your message, because you have said what you want. And I think that's a good opportunity for us to go to the audience right now. So we have some time to take a couple of questions. So if you do have questions or comments or reactions to what you've heard so far, this is time for you to raise your hand and let's hear it. She has mentioned that they are committed to enforcement, and I'm sure that's music to the ears of many in the room. But she has also spoke to what they want. And if you have your questions for any of the panelists today, this is the time. So do we have any questions or comments? Okay, we have a hand over there. Yes, towards the front. Please, if you can make this very brief, we are running very heavy time-wise.
Allah Wadezine, Deputy Director, Library, N.P.R. When we are talking of renovation, transition, and I will expect that at least out of 60, out of 36, including Abuja, and the majority of people, they are in rural area. I'm expecting from our discussion how we are going to bring back learners, all the textile industry in Kaduna, and what the effort we are making, and the way and how the other rural people, rural dwellers, they are the majority of the population. How these things are going to get to them quicker.
Right.
Even though we are talking of pipeline, how are we going to make sure that the way we will pipeline this thing to domestic home, which they have been planning, that will not be vandalized by the community. All these things I'm expecting answer to these questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think he has hit on 2 points. Gas supporting industrialization, and then, of course, rural supply of gas. I'd like to hear some comments from the panelists on that point. By the way, do we have any other? Okay, we have a hand on this side of the room as well, and we have 2 hands in the middle. I'm not sure we'll be able to get to them, but maybe we'll have just one more. Please, go ahead.
My name is Chidima Obi. I am the CEO of Dindo Energy. Oroma, that was a brilliant presentation. And I was particularly touched with your connecting rural communities. I tell everybody that know me that I come from a village, and they hardly ever have light. And when they have the light, it comes, you know, the one that's like a candle. How would, I'm sure you built a gas plant or manage an IPP. In the conundrum of things, what are your plans to get that IPP distribution to the communities? Everybody comes and talks about how to get these things done. But frankly speaking, implementing to the rural poor, it looks to me like a far cry. How would your company work to do that?
Okay, thank you very much for that. So again, another question about supplying power to rural areas. Okay, so I'm getting signal from it. Okay, so let's have some reaction from the panel. Oroma, that question was specifically for you. Please go ahead.
Ali? So I think when it comes to supplying rural areas, two things are important. One is pricing. So it is I guess, far more price sensitive market. So we've got to get the investment right. And that's why a lot of incentives that have been put in place by the government allow us to deliver power cheaper. And then the second thing is proximity to gas. So with developments in LNG, for example, you don't need to be so close to the pipelines or to the original compression stations to be able to give them at a constant time. So I think the simple answer is, it was a little bit difficult before, it's getting easier each day, and it's really just about finding the right communities who are ready to accept the change, working with them to deliver the plant. But there's nothing really stopping us from doing this in multiple places.
Right, thank you. Eddie, I was wondering, okay, go ahead, Emeka.
Yeah, it's again, when talking about rural dwellers, the bottom line is that we are mostly rural dwellers. And we need to have, when we're talking about an energy mix, we need to have what I would call a distribution mix. Creating flexibility, building it into flexibility into the way we distribute gas or power allows rural dwellers to be carried along. So for example, in Delta, west of the River Niger, very close to the Kwale area, there's a lot of associated gas. Now, associated gas being processed there means that you have a fair amount of LPG directly accessible to the local communities in that area. So if we have a distribution mix, we'll find that we can carry along rural dwellers much more effectively than if we have a centralized mix that's playing long shots, east to west or north to south, forgetting that there are many communities in between that can be impacted by gas and gas distribution.
Thank you for that. Eddie, I was wondering if you want to speak to this point about gas powering industrialization, because the person that asked the question is really sensitive to the fact that so many industries that we knew were thriving decades ago are not able to right now. So maybe from your experience supplying to industrial users, can you just speak to that point? Very quickly, because
I think now in collaboration with the ministry and with N.N.P.S, in less than a year, we will be able to supply smaller customers all over the country. And we will come in here. But again, it's a question of, we cannot do anything alone. We need a participation of all the members here in order, because we can supply bottles of 50 cubic meters or 100 cubic meters just for a community and rural, or a pump or anything else. That can be in place in no time, 9 to 12 months, because here we do have the full support of the ministry and of N.N.P.S. So I really think we are on the right way here. Now, it cannot be done in 5 minutes, but in 12 months from now, I do think that we can really, bring a lot of solutions here. Now, one thing is also important. We have very often the tendency, and I hear, to see things too big, big power plants, huge power plants, and it takes time in order to build them and also to maintain them and also to have the communication systems. Today, as we have said here, for me, we should have smaller local plants and the other plants that are there, obsolete for years should be immediately activated. So we bring that on and we give more security to the end users.
Right.
Now that the capacity is there, but we really need to knock, and that the ministry has really emphasized this and is really helping us on all factors. We haven't gone very far, but I think in the next 6 months, 12 months from now, this will be action and really there. The gas will be there in every corner and will be accessible in every corner. That is now important. I think this, those questions are really justified.
Right.
Because the rural has been completely abandoned. And we are talking about where is the money going to come from? No, the money here, you know, I believe that this country can be UAE if everybody wants to collaborate. And if we don't wait always for the government to intervene. You know,
Right.
the Nigerians have to do the job themselves. There's enough money here in the country to develop it. So what the minister has done is giving incentive to people and execute it. And this is very, very important. We are not attaching enough importance to the rural areas. You know, you see now, for example, Berlin KB, they have all big rice plants. Now, what do you need for a rice plant? You need irrigation. So if you don't have gas to feed your pump for irrigation, you pay the eyeball. So that means the price of your rice goes up. So the consumer has to be paid more.
Thank you very much. Eddie, as you can see from the applause, that was a very great point to close this. He emphasized again collaboration, and hopefully we can take that message out away from this conversation. Thank you so much, and please, a round of applause again for the panel. Richmond, it's over to you.
Thank you. Let's welcome General Manager Production Nigeria LNG, Adeleye Falade, for the wrap.
Thank you very much. On the program, it said I should do intervention and wrap up. I'm not sure how to intervene, but I can wrap up, and I will wrap up. Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Chief Timi Silva, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me stand on the protocol that had already been established. I hope it can take my weight. Everybody had been standing on it. I need to wrap up in the next 3 to 4 minutes. But in doing that, and you can imagine with all that you have heard, how do I go about this? And thank you very much, our panelists, for just doing an absolutely brilliant job to today's session. What I intend to do is to do it under 3 headings. Summarize what has been highlighted as challenges, talk about the opportunities, and then talk about what I've themed must do. So if you approach it from that perspective, hopefully you can retain it in your mind. What are the challenges? A few had been identified, many of them regurgitating the same thing. We talked a lot about infrastructure deficit, and that you heard that just across as all the speakers were speaking to the different aspects of these. Also highlighted was the lack of harmonization with the key parastatals. There was the example of the power plant that was cited that is already in play, but then there's no gas supply. Speaking to the need for us to be able to do better coordination in our project execution. Funding was also identified as a key challenge. How do we ensure that we have the funding to be able to do many of the things that we need to do? Opportunities, quite a lot. I think the first one, when you start with the presentation by Ed, is that we do have abundant gas supply. Gas is growing, and gas is the fossil fuel that is growing the most, but it's also the one that is saying that will grow beyond 2030, according to what Ed shared. And that has a lot of opportunities. We're compared to India, where if you look at the gas consumption in India to their population, we're not doing well. We also compared to what you see globally as the energy mix, gas taking about 20%, but in Nigeria it's just about 5%. Whether it's in area market or the Azura power plant, there is massive opportunity. Abundant gas reserves, the director of DPR spoke today and said we are now 206 TCF, so we do have the resources for us to be able to do that. We have a local market that is massive. Compared to India, there is room for improvement. And one of the speakers said, and I think that's Mohammed, that their mantra in GE is imagine the possibilities. So when you look at our population, we actually have a lot that we can leverage on. Surprisingly, there was a lot of credit given to government agencies, DPR, regulators, that there are people who have partnered. Greenville spoke glowingly about the support that they got from them, whether it's from the executive or from the legislative. And thanks to the Honorable Minister who talked about the roadmap to making us a gas-powered economy by 2030 and the mandate that he has given outlining the structures to be able to bring that to come to pass. I think another opportunity is the industry willingness. We see investors willing to get in the game. Gas aggregators were recognized as well. But we also see examples being cited of Portugal. Portugal that is powering its thermal plant with gas from Nigeria 100%. That was given as an example. Qatar is also another example. Those are opportunities that we have. Technology is another one that was highlighted. Tony spoke extensively about whether it's blue, whether it's green, whether it's gray. Technology plays a differentiating role. But whatever be the case, gas is very much dominant in that. And when Madam Nkem was speaking, everybody talks about COVID and talks about the menace of COVID, but she actually saw COVID as an opportunity. She said, thanks to COVID, we won't be having the conversation we're having right now if not for COVID. So thank you very much for that. She also spoke about the production sharing contract for gas alone as an opportunity that we need to have. So what must we do? I think across everybody who spoke, either delivered the paper on the panel, recognition is that time is now. Perhaps that time was actually 10 years ago, but the next best time is now. Investment needs to go into infrastructure. PIB must be passed. Press is encouraged to speak more and be more of advocate about the usage of gas and the need to see gas powering our economy. We need to get better at our harmonization, our coordination, but we also need to do a lot more about collaboration. Much more than that, when the Honorable Minister was speaking, he said, I am tired of reading out statistics. Statistics is now meaningless to me. It is what we do with it. And Tony also in his speech said, he quoted Richard Quest, that it is not what you have, it is what you do with what you have. That's actually the key differentiator. The time is now. We're in the decade of gas. The opportunities are immense. The potentials are there. Thanks to our panelists who have just fleshed this out a lot more. This is our time. It's time to fly on the wings of gas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Adeleye Falade. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have ministerial permission and directive to make this announcement, and that is to say that we're adjusting our program a little bit. We're going to serve lunch. However, before we serve lunch, we will take 4 quick presentations, and I'm appealing to the speakers if they can very kindly keep their presentations to 5 minutes each. We will appreciate it if that is, I'm appealing to them. Okay, so we're going to do that. Once we're done with that, we'll serve lunch. We'll come back from lunch, and then we would go into the panel that will discuss these 4 quick presentations that we're taking now. Thereafter, we'll come back and do Train 7, the session on Train 7. And after the session on Train 7, we will take on the forum that will follow that, the Governor's Forum, and the closing ceremony, and then prepare for the evening functions. Thank you very much for indulging us. Let me now invite Your Excellencies, sir, if you can please appreciate your panel members for this session. Can we give them another round of applause? Thank you. The ministry's gift to our panel members. Mr. Falade, you need to be there. Yes, please, you need to be there. So thank you all very much. We're going to do that. In this session, we'll be listening to a remark from the General Manager, Commercial Division of Nigeria LNG. We'll be listening to the President of NLPG, as Nigerian Liquefied Petroleum Gas Association, who's also the MD of Bana Energy. We'll be listening to the to a member on the House of Representatives Committee on Gas. We'll also be listening to the Chief Operating Officer, Gas and Power of the N.N.P.C. All 4 of them will be talking to us once we're done with this. Lunch is served and steaming hot, waiting for us to finish discussing the gas that cooked it. so we can come and eat it. Okay, so thank you all so much for your kind understanding. We're doing the best we can to manage our time today. So again, I want to appeal to my distinguished delegates, allow our speakers take their seats so that we can get through these quick presentations. Please allow them take their seats. Once we rise to go for lunch after these presentations, then we can begin to interact with them. Okay, that's it. So now while they're doing that, I would like the General Manager, Commercial Division of Nigeria LNG to please, very kindly, sir, be on standby. Gas projects that make good economic sense exist, Ufoma or Temowo. Okay, that's it. Thank you all very much. Please take your seats. Let us get it going. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please put your hands together as I make welcome Ufoma or Temowo. Ufoma.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. The Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Chief N.I.P.S. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol because of time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen here present and those joining us virtually, I believe there are quite a number of people that are following this summit virtually. I'm very passionate about gas, so I like to talk about gas a lot. I usually tell my colleagues that they shouldn't be afraid of the hydrogen revolution because gas is very versatile. Gas has so many uses, and gas is actually hydrogen laced with carbon. So I can go into a lot of what we can use gas for. So when I was asked to give opening remarks at this session, I was very excited. So let me start with a quick background on why this conversation remains crucial at this point in our industry's evolution. As we're all aware, the energy transition that we are faced with today is causing a major shift in the energy landscape. We are seeing a massive push for movement from traditional fossil fuel-based energy sources to much cleaner, renewable sources. And we see this driven by the pressure from people, from citizens. We've seen this driven by government policies. The recently enacted EU gas law is a case in point. We see this driven by technology, and a lot of it has already been addressed in the course of this summit. Within this context is the reality that our global population and attendant energy needs continue to rise, with projection of a global population of over 9 billion, close to 10 billion by 2050. And a significant portion of that growth, approximately 50% of that growth, will be in Africa, with Nigeria, which has already doubled its population in the last 30 years, accounting for much of that growth. It is obvious that we must find a way to power this growth, and that is where gas is emerging as a vital tool we have at our disposal as we journey to a new Nigeria. A Nigeria that is powered by gas, both literally and figuratively. Without going into much technical details, as I believe we are all aware of the place of gas in the global energy mix, a lot of it has been talked about already today. I will focus on the fact that gas has emerged as a much cleaner abundant and affordable energy source than other traditional energy sources like oil, coal, hard biomass, and other associated derivatives. We know that gas stands out as an energy source that will enable, I think it was talked about, enable us achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, 9 out of the 17. And if I dwell on Sustainable Development Goal number 1 of ending poverty in all its forms, including energy poverty, gas has a major role to play, especially in our rural communities. If we look at Sustainable Development Goal number 7, which talks about access to cleaner, affordable, and reliable energy source, gas has a major role to play as well in that area. And this is important given the expected population growth and growth in energy demand over the next 30 years. However, due to its origin, gas basically remains guilty by association and continues to face backlash from stakeholders across different segments. Now, this is leading to the current pushback against investments in the sector. We've seen that, a situation which means that projects will need to compete more than ever for the limited funds that are available for investment in the sector. It is therefore safe to say that investors already facing significant challenges from the energy transition are most likely to focus on projects with little or no other challenges for them to deal with in order for them to optimize the perceived remaining window of opportunity that they have to invest in gas. Therefore, we need to look at existing frameworks underpinning our sector. We've talked about the framework, we've talked about the PIB, and deal with the challenges therein with a view to ensuring that we provide the necessary enabling environment for continued investment in the Nigerian gas sector. Now, this is critical for the success of the Decade of Gas initiative. To proceed, we know that the challenges that we face is not a resource limitation issue. The DPR is already announced that we have over 206 TCF of proven reserves in Nigeria. So it's not a resource problem. The issue that we are faced with are the same issues that we see playing out in a lot of other countries, especially countries in the sub-Saharan African region. If you go to the Saharan African region, energy penetration and gas utilization is at a very high percentage. We're talking over 95% gas and energy penetration in those countries. So we have challenges in sub-Saharan Africa, and these challenges are common, and we can deal with them. And some of these issues we know are high political and regulatory risk that investors see, fiscal uncertainties that we've been faced with over the years, challenges with contract enforcement, lack of funding as a result of these challenges, and of course, we've talked already about infrastructure limitations. But are these challenges surmountable? Definitely, yes, they are surmountable. And Nigeria LNG's story is a clear case in point, and I'll dwell on our journey so far. For over 30 years, from 1960 to 1989, LNG exports from Nigeria was just really a dream, faced with the same issues that we are still dealing with industry-wide today. As a breakthrough, however, in 1989, with the signing into law of the Nigeria LNG Act, the most critical foundation of the Nigeria LNG project. Beyond this was the full commitment demonstrated by the Nigerian government to uphold the sanctity of the Act and other contracts associated with the project. This move has, over the years, assured our shareholders and other investors and has supported the ongoing success of the project. And we've seen that with the Train 7 project that we got FID on last year. Nigeria LNG has contributed significantly to the growth and development of the country. I will just mention a few. Tony already has mentioned quite a number of what we have contributed as a company. Over $114 billion in revenue. We paid taxes over $9 billion to the government. Feed gas, over $15 billion in feed gas purchase. over 18 billion in dividends to the federal government through the N.I.P.S, and quite a host of other achievements that we've been able to realize with Nigerian LNG. We can just imagine what is possible for us as a country if we can have 10 of Nigerian LNG, and it is possible. So aside from these achievements, we have also continued to live true to our vision of being a global LNG company helping to build a better Nigeria. With our involvement in the domestic LPG scheme, I won't dwell on it because it's been talked about. We are now targeting this year to supply over 450,000 tons of LPG into the domestic market. Just a few days ago, we signed 3 SPAs with Nigerian companies to supply domestic LNG, or to supply LNG into the domestic market. If we put what we are supplying into perspective, and we convert the LNG into power, we're talking about volume that will be enough to supply at least 3 million homes. And if we look at the average household in Nigeria, we're talking over 15 million people supplied with just the volume of LNG that we'll be supplying into the domestic market. So the potential for gas in the industrialization of Nigeria is almost inexhaustible, with opportunities we see in agriculture, industry, power, petrochemicals, to mention just a few use cases. Being fully aware of these established use cases, we will continue to play our part as a company in deepening and expanding activities in this area. So as I begin to round up, let me reiterate some of the critical success factors that have aided our journey so far. So top on the list is regulatory clarity, and this is critical. The Nigeria LNG Act underpins the project that we see today. Contract sanctity, ongoing commitment to the Nigeria LNG Act and other contractual obligations has enabled us as a company to record the success that we are seeing today. Funding is key. Investors have remained committed, and this commitment has been as a result of the assurance they've received from the respect that we have to the Nigeria LNG Act and all the contracts that are underpinning the project. But last, of course, not the least, that has been talked about as well throughout the summit, is stakeholder management and collaboration across all the different stakeholder groups, government agencies, shareholders, host communities, of course, employees, and other industry players, including industry associations. So what is the way forward? We have done it before, and we can do it again. We must commit to act now. As we always say in Nigeria LNG, it is time for gas. We must ensure clear and robust policy formulation. We've talked about the PIB, but we cannot stop at the PIB. We need to look at the entire energy value chain to make sure that we remove all potential bottlenecks that will impact the flow of value from upstream to midstream to downstream to petrochemicals and to other industrial sectors. I dare to say that this is the only way we can truly reap the full benefit from the passage of the PIB. In conclusion, let me once again say we have done it before and we can do it again. As someone once said, there's nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come. Just as Nigeria LNG was an idea that was nurtured into the world-class company it is today, the decade of gas is also an idea that needs to be nurtured speedily to give birth to the gas-based industrialized nation that we deserve. The idea of gas is timely. The time to act is now, so we don't get left behind in the energy transition journey that we're in. So let's ride on the momentum of gas to accelerate our industrialization. I look forward to us working together across different sectors of our economy, especially within the gas sector, to help us achieve and realize the dream of the decade of gas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ufoman. Quickly, let's now welcome the President and Managing Director of Bana Energy Limited, Mr. Nuhu Yakubu. Mr. Yakubu? Let's please welcome him, ladies and gentlemen. The last speaker has spoken about collaboration with associations, and this is one in the LPG space. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Chief Timi Pre Silva, the National Assembly members here present, the PAMSEC, Ministry of Petroleum Resources, heads of agencies, federal agencies and parastatals, including the DPR director, NCDMB boss, CEOs of the IOCs present, my industry colleagues, foreign delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I knew that Osuji will give me just 5 minutes. What I did yesterday, I tried to crunch my presentation in a manner that will be as punchy as possible to just drive home the points. And I want to start from this question that the Honorable Minister asked us earlier. We have gas, and so what? I think it should become a rhetorical question which we begin to ask ourselves. Perhaps that question will drive us as we progress our discussions. So my discussion today is essentially uncovering the Nigerian natural gas commercial sector. So the situation analysis fatigue has set in from many years of discussions, and then this conference, 5 days discussions till now. We've heard so much about the demand side of gas, the regulatory side of gas, the challenges, what needs to be done, upstream recommendations, energy mix, transitioning, and all the funding issues that go with the transition from energy mix, so energy transitioning, financing, applications of gas and what have you. I think we've had enough of all that. So I want to discuss in this presentation quick imperatives. And in the first two imperatives there, which is to establish that we have established common understanding of the key strengths and challenges confronting Nigerian gas value chain is understood. I think we're all on the same page there, so it's no use going there. Number two, issues I was going to discuss, which is identify measures and imperatives to reinforce strengths and address challenges. We have been discussing all that, so it's no use to go there. But the need to generate workable solutions, solution options, and agree on how best to stimulate localized demand at local community levels with sustainable practical steps and framework to effective management, growth and development in the gas sector, I think is one that still needs to be robustly discussed. I'm a market person, and I believe today that whatever you produce, going by the foreign exchange situation of Nigeria, foreign exchange supply situation of Nigeria, whatever, processing cassava into gari, starch, palm oil, plantain, and what have you, barite, limestone, granite. Every community in this country has some mineral or agro raw material to put forward. And how do we apply gas to trigger improved productivity or processing for these raw materials is what I try to speak to. I think it's food for thought for all of us. And then to develop location-specific methods to promote localized use of gas. We have already said cooking gas is the lowest hanging fruit. So I believe that with cooking gas as the lowest hanging fruit, we can even as much as switch as many of our people as possible to use gas. That will create enabling infrastructure, minimum infrastructure to trigger accessibility issues and affordability issues. Availability and routes to market. We have spoken extensively about virtual pipeline and then pipeline routes to market. But how well entrenched are they? What are the delivery infrastructures that are in place? And what incentives are there to get this gas from the producers to the hinterlands? I believe that the real demand for gas is in the hinterlands. And I'll give an example before I finish. Then you have acceptability. Even in Lagos, you still have homes that will not want their houses to have cooking gas for cooking. Those acceptability issues and then affordability issues we have robustly discussed today for the need for cost-reflective and market-driven reforms. Perhaps the PIB will bring that on board. But we have gas, and so what? There's a little village, there's a project we did, just to speak to these issues and the solutions that I'm providing today. We then put it to test in my organization. We said, can we just do a pilot with this? So we're trying to map where can we do a pilot to say, pick a little village based area in Edo State. We put a 10 tons plant, a gas filling plant there with auto gas and what have you. And then the discussion in the office was, well, strategy-wise, it wasn't the best decision because there was no right demand. The statistics didn't show that it was going to be viable. But guess what? 2 years ago, we set up that gas plant. Last year was COVID year. In spite of the fact it was COVID, that gas plant that was sited in a rural community is performing better than gas plants we have in Benin, performing better than gas plants we have in Uromi. It's better performing gas than take the gas message there, stimulate demand by industrial build-out, local industrial build-out. So what did we also do? We then say, okay, with this insight, let us then take it further. It starts with the mini industrial park thing, set up a little farm, and then set up a processing facility. We got manufacturers, no imported equipment. Just get local fabricators to process, to produce the locally fabricated process equipment to start rudimentarily, at least. And then, so long as in that process there's elements of it that requires gas, it's good enough for us. Ladies and gentlemen, we have done ours. What about each and every one of you here? You all need to be sponsors of one little project or the other. That is the way to deliver gas to our people. That's the only way we can stimulate the demand we're talking about. And if not stimulated demand, we're not going anywhere. This talk, we're going to continue next year. I'm going to continue next year and the next after because there's no demand for it. So I won't bore you too much with this, but essentially these are points I've spoken to already. And the action plan, like I've said, is touching on identifying agro-mineral raw materials clusters, policy regulations, and then legislative frameworks and advocacy, like I said. And these are mineral raw materials. This is agro raw material mapping that we did. The information is out there. The information is out there. We went to FIRO. FIRO has a mapping of all the minerals we have in this country, all the raw materials we have in this country, and the little equipments that they have. They have abundance, hundreds of small equipment, small-scale equipments to process these raw materials into finished goods. Talk to me about it. Tell me this is not the way to go. Processes like this. So with this schematic, you will find from palm oil fruit to palm oil and or to palm kernel oil, there's some elements, there's some segment in this process that requires gas as feedstock, either for heating or for some other purposes. Cassava, these are the points I'm trying to speak to. So this is a model of the franchised agro and mineral raw materials processing industrial park we're talking about. Nothing too big. Just one process, one factory. So long as there's power on the site, so long as there's gas on the site, and the other ancillary service providers, workshops, machine tooling, fabricators, just consumers of gas. Set them up. This is just about 1 hectare or 2 hectares. Different models. Can we all do something about this? This, in my view, is the way to go. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Each and every one of us is to take up a responsibility to do something. On now over to the evolution of gas policies in Nigeria. So what change are we expecting? The chairman, House Committee on Gas, Honorable Nicholas Mutu, is not here, but represented by Honorable Aniakan John Omana. We welcome you, Honorable, as you represent your chairman. All please put our hands together for him. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, His Excellency Demetrius Silva, who could. Excellency, they won't understand that one. They will meet you later to explain what it means. Other very distinguished leaders in the oil and gas industry, please let me stand on the already established protocols. With last time this session was supposed to end at 12:05, and we had to run out of plenary to be here. But well, it's all good. It's for the good of the country. Your Excellency, I am here as a member of the Gas Committee of the House of Representatives, representing the invited speaker and chairman of the Committee on Gas Resources, Right Honorable Mutu Nicholas Ebomo, OFR. He's unavoidably absent. He's asked me to stand in for him. There are very critical bills going on in the House as we speak. So I am here to deliver his remarks. I've been here for a while and I listened to a few things. Future, 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 future. But the Honorable Minister did say that all of these rhetorics and statistics without action comes to nothing. So I hope that by the time we come back next year, we will be putting out achievements that we can say, oh, from the last discussions and the things we did, we're able to achieve X, 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 and X. Otherwise, we'll just be on a rhetorics adventure. Someone once said that any nation that leads in clean energy, of course, will be that nation that will lead the global economy. And I completely agree, and most of what we've heard today points to that. There's one Robert Adams, I think he's the president of Electric Clean Energy. He said our universe is a sea of energy, free, clean energy, and it's all out there waiting for us to set and tap into. And if you listen to the Honorable Minister, he did say that we started from firewood, free from our farms and bushes, blowing into them and creating energy. When we moved from there to petroleum, to all of that, and then back again to the rudiments. And everyone is saying that. And it's time as a nation for us to really work out the roadmaps that will bring that success that we require. So I'm sorry, the Greenville Energy man had left. I saw his distribution plan. He left out a big state like Akwa Ibom with 8 million very vibrant people, and there's no hope, no plan to even involve that part of the Niger Delta. He's left. I would have asked him why he did that. All the same, maybe he has further plans. So now to the address, and I'll very quickly do this. For us, it's essentially a legislative endeavor to see how we have fared. So I'm now to the remarks by the Speaker, Honorable Mutu Nicholas Ebomo. He has asked me to congratulate the summit organizers, sponsors, and in particular the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, under whose auspices this 4th edition of the Nigeria International Petroleum Summit, N.I.P.S, is held. I thank the organizers for also inviting me to this August gathering of petroleum industry players. The summit has provided another opportunity for high-level government officials and gas sector leaders of vast and varied cognate experiences to come together, share knowledge, and raise awareness of what natural gas resources offer Nigeria's economic and social development in the decade of gas, 2020 to 2030. The chosen theme of this summit seeks to identify strategic options to optimize Nigeria's proven hydrocarbon potentials, especially of natural gas resources, for sustainable access to energy, economic, and social development of our country. This is the most appropriate theme for the dialogue to take gas resources development to the next level, that is the decade of gas 2020 to 2030. I am asked by the summit organizers to speak on the topic evolution of gas policies in Nigeria and what we expect to change. I have slightly modified the topic, the suggested topic, to now read evolution of gas policies in Nigeria and the future, and hope that we would still discuss gas policies in Nigeria into the future. As you are aware, gas policies in Nigeria would be found and collected from various legislations, which are the acts of the National Assembly, the Principal Act, and subsidiary legislations comprise the legal framework governing investment and administration of the gas sector in Nigeria. The Ministry of Petroleum Resources is guided by the Acts of Parliament in the administration of Nigerian oil and gas resources. Investors too look to the laws and regulations as policy guide on where and how to invest in the gas sector. It is important to make this point clear so that you would follow my examination of our laws and regulations in the evolution of gas policies in Nigeria. Also, some petroleum industry legislations may not expressly mention gas in the long or short titles, but they generally contemplate and provide for gas resources. The Petroleum Act 1969, as amended, is an example. It defines petroleum to mean mineral, oil, or natural gas, and provides for gas in the first schedule and the regulations. Thus, an examination of the petroleum legislation is an examination of natural gas provisions for purposes of policy aggregation and articulation in Nigeria. Gas policies in Nigeria through legislations. Before independence in 1960, the petroleum industry in Nigeria was regulated by such legislation as the Petroleum Ordinance of 1889, the Mineral Regulation Oil Ordinance of 1907, and the Mineral Oil Ordinance of 1914 as amended in 1925, the Mineral Act of 1946, and the Mineral Oils Act of 1958. These laws fostered oil exploration policy as a British monopoly in colonial Nigeria. Section 15 of the 1907 Ordinance specified that only the British citizens or companies whose majority of the board members were British subjects were eligible to explore oil in Nigeria. 2 British companies benefited from this. That's the Shell, the Aki Exploration Company, and the Whitehall Petroleum Company, both British. From the British oil policy, and they were all granted concessions at the time. In 1938, Shell, the Aki Exploration Company was granted the sole concession to explore for oil in the whole of Nigeria. It discovered oil in commercial quantities in 1958 at Oloibiri in Bayelsa State, Afam and Bomu in Rivers State. In 1959, the sole concession was reviewed to bring on board oil companies of other nationalities, such as Mobil, Gulf, now Chevron, Sefrab, now Elf, and Tenaco and Amos-Seas, the Texaco-Chevron partnership. These international oil companies, IOCs, were granted concessions for onshore and offshore oil exploration in Nigeria. This is an overview of policy development in colonial Nigeria, and it would indicate why and who are the obvious traditional and major players in the oil and gas industry in Nigeria today. After independence in 1960, few more oil and gas laws were enacted in the first decade. The most outstanding and significant of them is the Petroleum Act promulgated as Decree number 51 of 1969. The Act repealed all extant petroleum industry legislations, and by virtue of Section 9 provided the operative Petroleum Drilling and Production Regulations. The Petroleum Act of 1969, as amended, and its subsidiary legislations comprise the primary legal framework governing the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria of 1999, as amended, is the principal legislation. The two pieces of legislation tell us about who owns natural gas. For instance, Section 44 sub 3 of the Constitution stipulates that, and I quote, the entire property and control of all minerals, oils, and natural gas under or upon any land in Nigeria or under or upon the territorial waters and the exclusive economic zone in Nigeria shall vest in the government of the Federation and shall be managed in such a manner as may be prescribed by the National Assembly. Quotation closes. Thus, ownership and control of natural gas resources is vested in the federal government. The National Assembly, under Item 39 of the exclusive legislative list, may prescribe the manner of managing gas resources. The point is that no one person, no other person, no authority or entity owns gas resources in Nigeria. Investors and other gas industry players have only participatory rights to explore, prospect, or develop oil and gas resources as may be granted by license or lease at the pleasure of the federal government of Nigeria through the Honorable Minister in charge of petroleum resources. The courts have said so in South Atlantic Petroleum Limited versus Minister of Petroleum 2006-10 CLRN 122. The Petroleum Act 1969, as amended, is in tandem with the 1999 Constitution on the issue of ownership of oil and gas resources in Nigeria. However, the remarkable thing about the Petroleum Act of 1969 was that its Section 2 provided for Nigerian citizens and companies to be granted licenses and leases to explore and prospect, mine, and dispose of petroleum resources. By early 1970s, in the period of the Second National Development Plan, that is 1970s to 1974, when we joined the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, and member states were encouraged to actively participate in petroleum business of other countries, or of their countries. The provisions of the Petroleum Act for Nigerian citizens, that is the private sector, to participate in the oil and gas business suffered serious policy setback. Instead of private sector, as in Nigerian citizens and their companies, to be granted oil licenses and leases, the federal government established a state-owned Nigerian National Oil Corporation, NNOC, the precursor to today's N.N.P.S, for state participation in the production and marketing of petroleum products. This shift in policy thrust from the provision of the 1969 Petroleum Act meant that the federal government was no longer just an owner of the oil and gas resources and controller of the operations. The federal government began also to issue petroleum licenses and leases to itself and to mine and carry away, market, and dispose of petroleum at wellheads. Not only that, the federal government was also the issuer of petroleum regulations, the regulator of the operations in the petroleum industry, and of course the enforcer of its regulation, where it itself may be in default of the same regulations it provided. By 1982, 38 wells had been drilled directly by the N.N.P.S under the concessions held by them on behalf of the federal government. 1/3 of the wells were oil and gas discoveries. An N.N.P.S pamphlet issued at the time announced the wells had, however, been shut in for future productions. Evidently, there were real-time policy challenges of production capacity, preparedness, and readiness for state participation directly as a petroleum license holder and producer. With the benefits of hindsight, we now realize that the federal government, through the N.N.P.S, overreached its interest and in the oil and gas business. So the policy in the Petroleum Act of 1969 should not have been departed from. The other points relates to the provisions of the conservation of petroleum resources and prevention of pollution in paragraph 25 of the Petroleum Drilling and Production Regulations as made pursuant to Section 9 of the Petroleum Act of 1969. It provided that and I quote, the licensee or lessee shall adopt all practicable precautions, including the provision of up-to-date equipment approved by the Director of Petroleum Resources to prevent pollution of inland waters, rivers, watercourses, the territorial waters of Nigeria or the high seas by oil, mud, or other fluids or substances which might contaminate the water banks or shoreline, or which might cause harm or destruction to fresh water or marine life, and where any such pollution occurs or has occurred, shall take prompt steps to control and, if possible, end it. Emphasis added. Clearly, paragraph 25 of the Petroleum Regulations as its substance and repeated in paragraph 43 sub 3 of the Petroleum Refining Regulation was inelegantly drafted. It turned out to be vague, imprecise, and fraught with actionable ambiguities. Nowhere in the Act or the regulations is practical precaution defined to supply the clarity and remedial steps contemplated by the provisions to prevent or cure pollution. In fact, the provision did not impose any requisite legal duty on the oil and gas producing companies. Natural gas. Let me begin to separately mention natural gas. According to Section 15 of the Petroleum Act 1969, natural gas means gas obtained from boreholes, wells, and consisting primarily of hydrocarbons. Natural gas may be found in a reservoir all by itself or in a reservoir containing also crude oil. Natural gas of the former type is known as dry gas or non-associated gas, NAG, while the gas found in drilling for crude oil is wet or associated gas, AG. This is gas associated with crude oil production. The point is, there are two broad categories or classifications of natural gas, and their respective policy trajectories are not the same. Until comparatively recently, natural gas did not receive a well-desired and well-deserved attention in our statute books anywhere. For instance, the subject matter of gas resources was consigned to the schedule of the Petroleum Act of 1969, which in legislative drafting techniques is a place to banish matters. You just banish it to that place. And the need not to be part of the main body of the legislation and to avoid their clumsiness and distractions when reading the legislations. Not only that, but also Section 15 sub 1 of the Petroleum Act defines petroleum to mean, and I quote, mineral oil or any related hydrocarbon or natural gas as it exists in natural state or in its strata, and does not include coal, bitumens, shells, or any other stratified deposits from which oil can be extracted by distributive distillation. This is the statutory definition of petroleum incorporated in the various concessions and mining leases granted to international oil companies, IOCs, and presently operative. The companies are granted rights to petroleum, in quote, within the lease area, and the effect is that concessionaires exercise the granted rights over both crude oil and natural gas, that is, over petroleum. Somehow, the exercise of granted production rights does not pertain to production sharing contracts or service contracts because natural gas is specifically excluded from the contract provisions. The category of natural gas that has received much more attention over the last years is the associated gas. As if Nigeria did not have immediate plans to utilize this natural gas, the first legislation to directly address the subject matter of gas resources was the Associated Gas Reinjection Act 1979. This act was first the anti-gas flaring regulatory framework. Its object was to ultimately phase out flaring in Nigeria. The Associated Gas Reinjection Act 1979, as amended, was a statutory response to the human health hazards, environmental and ecological impacts of gas flare in the Niger Delta region. The act requested oil and gas producers to submit schemes for valuable utilization of oil-associated gas and projects to re-inject all associated gas produced. No companies were to flare gas after January 1, 1984, without the permission of the Minister of Petroleum Resources, and forfeiture of all concessions was the penalty for non-compliance. How we have adhered to that is a subject for another day. However, subsequent amendments to the 1979 Act as Associated Gas Reinjection continued flaring of gas regulations 1984, and Associated Gas Reinjection Amendment Decree 1985 whittled down the potent provisions of the 1979 Act, and gas could be legally flared in most oil fields. The bright side of the amendment was that the federal government had special rights over natural gas and could take what it owns free of cost and flare sites without paying royalty to wellhead operators at all. In addition, the federal government had the right to give approvals for prices for natural gas taken and is sold to the licensee or leasee operators, who could also pay royalties on the natural gas produced and sold to them. The Gas Aggregation Company of Nigeria, GACN, oversees the pricing aspect of the gas policy under Natural Gas Supply and Pricing Regulations 2008. The future of gas. I'm winding down. Thank you. This is not my address, so I am not going to put my words in this. The future of gas in Nigeria. Nigeria has come a long way mastering the gas resources economy. In fact, we have gradually become more aware of the enormous potentials of natural gas as an energy source and as a huge revenue earner for all players. The gas sector is crucial to national transformation and development. We are all aware that the world is today moving away from crude oil to cheaper and cleaner sources of energy. Gas is one of the cleanest sources of energy in Nigeria. Providentially and happily too, natural resource of gas is in abundance in our country. The current proven gas reserve from the statistics is approximately 203 trillion cubic feet, and an unproven gas reserve of over 600 trillion cubic feet. This huge resource has potentials and opportunities. It allows for development and impact on our country's energy sector, revitalize and leverage other sectors of the economy. On the other hand, Nigeria has also a very large population with an industrious Nigerian private sector. When we take the huge natural gas resource and match it with a large population and an energetic private sector, these are promising demographics for feasible business engagement on the gas resources and for the utilization in our domestic market as well as export market. Already, we already have the Nigeria Gas Master Plan, the NGMP 2008, and the necessary follow-up policy trust, together with the commercial framework, which have been made available to guide the taking of Nigerian gas resources to the next level, that is the decade of gas. I am talking of the National Gas Policy, NGP 2017, and the Nigerian Gas Flare Commercialization Program, NGFCP 2019. Also, the principal legal framework of the Petroleum Industry Bill, PIB 2020, which is now before the National Assembly and will soon be passed into law, is essential to the requisite confidence, predictability, business forecasting, investment planning in the oil and gas industry. These are drawing board attempts to provide the indispensable blueprints to optimize the gas potentials of Nigeria. Let me briefly highlight the fact that in the gas value chain, exploration, production, processing, transportation, and distribution, and marketing, the end user, supply, or delivery, there remains a huge infrastructure gap that needs to be overcome for essential economic boost through diversification. Commitment to huge investment in plant and pipelines as gas processing facilities and gas distribution channels should be the focus of the decade of gas. Also, we should strive to overcome the issue of underfunding in the capital-intensive gas sector. What is required to attract the needed capital investment is policy extension to make investment business sense. Such policy extension needs to be attractive and to willing investors, willing sellers, and willing buyers of our gas. The issue of underfunding is a general problem to optimizing our gas potentials, but Nigeria cannot shy away from it. I stress the point with respect especially to the illiquidity, and the legacy debt of the power sector, and everyone is aware of this. I would also highlight gas pricing and its tariff structure for necessary adjustment to achieve affordability, because the ability of the domestic market to pay is critical to optimizing the gas potentials of Nigeria. Proper gas pricing would also ensure long-term supply, security of business planning. Equally, critical to this decision-making mechanism is in gas development. We all know that the decision-making process of the policymakers and regulators is often too slow for long-term business planning. A slow process of decision-making will frustrate investors to pull out of the MOUs or even contract agreements, thus undermining the sanctity of contract obligations in the gas sector. In conclusion, I proceed all the above points as possible options to examine if we are to optimize Nigeria's gas resource potentials in a decade of gas. I am confident that when the power sector, which is the premier index of economic prosperity, has steady supply of gas, Nigeria would be rightly set on the path of economic boom. This is the tripwire to optimize Nigerian gas potentials. Utilize it domestically for development and earn foreign exchange revenue from the gas export market. Finally, I thank the organizers of this summit for inviting me to speak to this summit. I appreciate you listening to the legislative excursion in order to provide input for policy formulation and better understanding for participants in the industry. I thank you all for listening. May God bless you. Have safe trips back to your destination. Thank you very much.
We continue onwards to the presentation now from the Chief Operating Officer, Gas and Power of the NNPC. Let's welcome Engineer Yusuf Usman.
The Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources and the Permanent Secretary, let me start by appreciating them for keeping the N.I.P.S going. I know time has passed gone, so I'm going to move with the speed of gas. Let me have my slide. So I will skip this. Now, we have heard all these things. What does decade of gas mean to us? We know decade of gas is to use gas as transition or destination fuel, to use it to drive our thermal power plants, to use it for development, that is gas-based industry, to use it for fertilizer, and this time around somebody came to my office and said you can use gas for protein, which is very, very amazing. We can also use gas to drive our auto, and then we use gas to generate revenue from LNG. So the only thing I'd like you to see in this slide is we have the molecules. And we've just heard from Director DPR that our reserve is 206 TCL. What I also want you to pay attention to this graph is we are energy deficient. And West Africa is badly hit. Actually, the little map that I show is to show that Africa is in the dark. But a lot of people have said this. And that presents a lot of opportunities. Now, where I'm going to spend a little bit of time is this graph. Now, this dissects the real sector issue. 2020, we are supposed to be using about 3.5 BCF of gas. And I know the Honorable Minister talked about speed. And this speaks to the fact that we are slow. We are years back from achieving our target. And that has to change. And that's the difference between the master plans we had in the past, the policies we have in the past. The decade of gas master plan must be such that it will work. Today, from this graph, I have paucity of gas. We say we have 206 TCF of gas. I'm scrambling today to ration gas. From January to date, Nigerian LNG has lost 15 cargoes. You confirm that, due to lack of gas. In the domestic market today, I sell gas. That's my business. I'm rationing gas today. So the demand is there. But the challenges around the demand to propel the industry is what we need to solve, and that is what we need to dissect in the decade of gas master plan. Now, if you look at it, we have power plants that can generate 13,500 megawatts, we are doing 5. So, the outcome of this is I'm losing revenue from gas. Nigerians are losing the energy they need, and we are frustrated. And we must solve that problem. Going forward, what do we hope to see? This data, by the way, is based on the submission we receive from investors willing to invest, seeing the potentiality of Nigeria from a distance. And what we need to do is to make the enabling environment for the investment to be realized. There is a lot of hope on Nigeria, and the entire African continent is depending on us, and God has given us the resources. We just need to do the right thing so that all this investment can come. We are looking to generate 25,000 megawatts of power. I heard from the MD Nigeria LNG, he said South Africa generates 40,000 megawatts of power, they declare a state of emergency. Here we have 5,000 megawatts. Too small for 203 million people. Now, we need to trigger our gas-based industries. If we say we need 10 gas-based industries, you are looking at an investment of upward of $15 billion. If you need 10,000 megawatts, you are looking at investment of $10 billion. If you are looking to generate 7.5 BCF of gas, you are looking at an investment of upward of $7 billion. So, to achieve the decade of gas, from the top of my head, I can see $40 billion. The policy has to be such that $40 billion will come. Otherwise, the decade of gas will be a fluke, because we need money to realize the decade of gas. This is what this graph speaks to. So in trying to come up with the decade of gas master plan, we have to define how many megawatts do we need, how many gas-based industries do we need, the infrastructure we need, and so on and so forth. How do you create enabling environment for the money to come? These are my worries, and we have to define them clearly so that we realize the value from the decade of gas. This graph shows the project that we have. Some of them are very, very aggressive. The first graph shows the infrastructure. We have completed some of them. ELP2 is finished. OB3 is going to be finished. I didn't wait for OB3 to finish. Our commission half of it, and that created market for Kwale cluster. I've had some of them have spoken today. We have taken up the flare into market, and about 120 million scarf of gas came from SIPCO. All of it went to urban Ajakuta. So the market is there. We need the molecules. We need to investigate the molecules to realize that. Brass gas hub is a typical example. I wanted to use it as a case study, but for the want of time, I'll leave it, because we are looking to put in 1 BCF of gas into the park. We hope to see methanol plant, petrochemical plant, condensate refinery, and so on and so forth. That will bring about development for us. And we are looking to monetize the offshore gas. We have potential investment opportunity around the whole offshore gas. If you go east, you are going all the way to Morocco. If you go west, you are trying to assess the LNG plant that are drying up in Equatorial Guinea. So the market is there. Even within Africa, the market is there. All we need to do is to get the plan right, get all the enablers right, and we are on a cruise. The other graph shows our aggressive program, which is a vision. Each time we talk about gas to Morocco, people will say it's not possible. But the two leaders say it's a vision. In Russia, that's what they did. They did a humongous pipeline at that time when people thought they are stupid into Europe. It's a vision. Today, they are making a lot of money from it. So this is one project that will pick up about 20 African countries, lighten them up, access solid minerals. What solid minerals need is electricity and water. And once we do that, within Africa, we can create a lot of value. And we can use gas for that. The commodity is there. So let's use it. Time is of the essence. If you don't join the ship, I heard somebody say that the train is moving, the oil train has gone, the gas train is moving, we need to be on it so that we realize value. And of course, the LNG, which we are talking of Train 7, we have already started planning for Train 8, and then domestic LNG is coming. Lot of opportunities in the gas, decade of gas. I will skip this. It's a case study I wanted to use. What are the challenges? Huge investment, I talk about it, and that will come in the upstream, midstream, downstream. And we are now challenged with announcement being made around funding of fossil fuel. So we have to carry our story to whoever that want to listen, that we have taken a decision to use gas to get to the level that others are, then we do energy transition. Without that, they will do energy transition. As we are trying to catch up with the energy transition, another thing, hydrogen will come. As we are trying to catch up, so we'll perpetually remain behind. So I think it's a good decision. I must commend the Honorable Minister for declaring the decade of gas, and I think you do a lot of good for us. PIB, we have had a lot. PIB will be passed this year, that's what we had. All we need to contend with is the challenges that it will come. A lot of changes, adjustment that we need to make. And the market. So I can dissect the market into three. Today, that's what we see. The larger market you see, which is the power, I don't get the revenue. The gas-based industries, I get the revenue. The commercial, I get the revenue. So these are some of the problems we need to solve because we need the power sector to work in order to realize the volume of gas we want to put in. Pricing, we just have to make a decision. Do we need to price the gas for development, or we want to price the gas for revenue? So these are some of the things that we need to work so that we realize the value of the decade of gas. We need massive infrastructure. And this one, I can see the executive secretary, local content, smiling. We need to balance investment and local content drive. Some of the money that we are trying to get comes along with the content. So sometimes we just need to balance that so that we realize value. And lastly, this one is to the Honorable Minister, is the OPEC cut. The OPEC cut is biting, and we need to find a way around it. I want to thank you very much for listening, and I will leave this to the panel session to dissect some of these problems so that we can all put it together and try to find its way into the decade of gas policy. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I have been redirected. Please give me about 15, 20 minutes. Tall ask, I know, for my panelists and moderators. Quickly, let's welcome on the panel. I've been asked to just go ahead and then serve lunch after this. So we'll just close out on this conversation once and for all and come back and finish what is left with T7 and the governors. Let's welcome a member of the OPTS Gas Subcommittee, Engineer Nathaniel Oyatogun. He's on the panel. Welcome, sir. Let's also welcome Executive Director, Commercial and Strategy for Total, George Ogwachuba. You're welcome, sir. Please, let's welcome them to their seats on the podium. Thank you very much. Let's welcome Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Gas Aggregation Company of Nigeria, Mr. Olalekon Ogunleye. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. Let's welcome the Gas Portfolio Manager for Shell, Mrs. Yemi Famori. Ma'am, you are... Please, is Bankole in the room? Bankole is not in the room? Okay. Prof, it's over to you.
Oh, thank you very much, and I want to welcome you again to this panel. Honorable Minister, sir, the Permanent Secretary, I want to stand on the existing protocol, and I really would not want to stand between you and your lunch, so we are going to not fly, but we are going to actually walk with your sneakers. It's always a pleasure to be back here among you. And I want to thank the speakers. I mean, I picked three things from what they said when we are talking about the decade of gas. And we must pay attention to them. Number one is technology. Number two is the market. And number three is the public policy. This will be the driver in order to be able to achieve what we are really looking at using gas to do. Now, when you move to the next thing, I'm going to take technology. I have to represent my constituency. Don't leave out the academia. Everything you are talking about, if you don't develop the manpower to run it, you are going to be grounded. So pay attention to tertiary institutions. And now when you look at the market, at a particular point in time to unlock 600 trillion cubic feet of gas, you must understand the workings of the market. The industrial market is different from the power utility market, is different from the household consumption market, and it is very, very different from the commercial market. And finally, you must understand there must be investors. And that means the public policy is very critical to where we are going. I remember when the former president Yar'Adua came to power, the emphasis was domestic gas. I don't want what happened then, that was 2007, to happen again with this decade of gas. We must go on with the desire, with discipline, determination, diligence, and above all, smartly with what I call strategic thinking. And that's what we are doing. And so we've seen every sector is represented on this panel. We have investors. We also have market end users. And we hope in the next few minutes you are going to address it. We have 3 minutes for you. Please, we want you to be who you are. Remember, all of you are private sector people, and the time value of money is critical. Right? It's not about purchasing power. It's about the ability of money to earn money. And then you have the mutuality of interest to balance. People are hungry. Go to the point. Go to the point. So let me invite Engineer Nathaniel to stand, because it's about liability. You are going to invest for a long time before it becomes a bankable asset. So kindly give us some few remarks. How do you move from liability to value addition and value creation looking at natural gas?
Thank you very much. So essentially what we have is that from the various presentations we have listened to, we see the situation where gas had been seen as a liability in the past, but we have come a long way to the situation where today there are bankable assets that are being developed at the back end of the gas. So those assets must then follow through in terms of investment decision. One thing that we see very, very important is that before you go into any investment decision, it must be bankable. You must have guaranteed adequate rate of return on your investment. And then many of the things that have served as hindrances in the past are being removed. We need timely decision making to be able to move from what hitherto was a liability to an asset. For instance, it took about 30 years to get to an FID for LNG train 1 and 2. But when you look at it today, we're in the decade of gas, and it should not take us that much time to be able to articulate the gas that is going to the domestic sector as well as the gas that is going for export, because we have abundance of that to be able to satisfy both sectors. And then finally, we should also be able to see, focus on the Pareto principle. So today, power sector consumes a lot of gas in the domestic market, and we must be able to settle outstanding debt because it's important to investors, and also pull on the critical levers that can help transform that sector.
And rather than focus on an obsolete transmission grid, we should be able to invest very quickly to get across to distributed energy solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. George, you know, we move from resources to reserves to production capacity to end users, to commercialize something that people used to rub their hand when they find it, to moving it to where value is added and created. And then Total is doing something strategic. What is the strategic thinking behind what you are doing to add value to what people thought had no value before?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. You know, a few years ago, Total started a strategic journey of moving from an oil and gas company into a multi-energy company. And this led, at the end of last month, to the change of the company's name from Total to Total Energies. And a key player in this transformation journey is the role that gas plays. Of course, there are renewables inside that mix. But for a company at the group level, the strategy is for us to become more and more a gas company. The target is that by 2030, we should have about 50% gas in the energy mix by Total. And this coincides, interestingly, with the target set by the government, where we have announced that this is the decade of gas. So gas is going to play a significant role in the things that we do in this country. Now, coming back home, over the years, we've strategically started the monetization of our gas resources. And through time, we've gone from moving away from flaring into actually putting in place infrastructures for delivery of gas to our end users. We have the gas supply to the NLNG. As you know, we are 15% equity owner in this business. We have also put in place other pipelines for the delivery of gas to the domestic market. We have the Northern Option pipeline, which is the NOPL that runs from our OML 58 into the Owaza node. And this is a 300 million SCOF gas pipeline dedicated for supply to the domestic market. We have the domestic gas obligations from the government. With this pipeline, we've been able to have 3 contracts signed to meeting these obligations. We have contracts for indigenous or local-based LNG, we have for power, and we have for the petrochemicals. With these obligations, with the 300 million SCOF in this pipeline, we are meeting these obligations. Of course, there are challenges. Challenges that have been highlighted earlier on today, and I'm sure we are going to speak a bit more on this, concerning appropriate pricing, concerning respect of the contracts, concerning what we need to do to make sure that the gas gets to the end users. This is a journey. It's a journey that involves each and every one of us. As an upstream player, we intend to play our role in this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, this is a teamwork. Government interacting with the investors and the investors getting to develop technology through effective tertiary education. And I want to commend the companies that are here. N.I.P.S came as a result of Total, Center of Excellence in Benin came as a result of Shell, and then we have PTD. We cannot move where we want to go without proper education to get the technical capability to take us to the extended end. So as we discuss this, you investors must think along that line too. The manpower must be developed. Let me call on the lady on the podium. Because it's about sustainable development. It is about expanding the Nigeria economy. And there's going to be competition. Competition, international market, and domestic market. I know you have your prepared remark with respect to sustainable gas development to unlock the potential of natural gas. 600 TCF. You know what that means? What does it mean, ma'am? How do we unlock it?
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, great.
Yemi Famori.
Yes, thank you. So I think that the challenge in Nigeria is obviously not the resource. We are opportunity rich. We have the resources, both from the volumes as well as the human capital to develop it. But we do have a lot of challenges that do need to be overcome in order for us to harness this vast resource that we have. And it's not a competition either between export or domestic. We have sufficient resources to meet both. From a Shell perspective, we do see that this is it's a mutual benefit at the end of the day. We can do both. And for example, for us, we have our Asa North project that is in flight, is in execution right now, that will supply the domestic market. This project will unlock more power for the country, create jobs. It will get gas further downstream towards the end user and for industrialization. But at the same time, we're also developing supply for the recently FID T7 project for NLNG. And so you can do both at the same time. I think the challenge that we have, though, is, especially when it comes to domestic market, is making sure that, to some of the topics that have been discussed earlier, the infrastructure deficit to get gas actually, supplied to where it's needed, that does pose a challenge and increases the cost of developing gas. Power, which is the biggest use of gas, also suffers its own issues from an infrastructure perspective that we need to, systemically address. Now, another issue that I see is around funding, right? So in order to really kick off the growth, you do need to have money. And when the influx of funds is challenged, then you do see a slowdown in projects. And when gas receivables are also a challenge to receive or to get, that could also slow down the pace. So we do need to think about how we structurally solve those problems to enable the upstream and to encourage more investment. I think a lot of what has been said here as well with regards to regulation as well as policies that are in place and laws do have a big impact on how the investors see the climate. Stability is really important for an investor because they do want to know that the assumptions that were made at the time they made the investment will stay throughout the life of the project. And so that stability becomes quite critical. And when there's concern about that the longevity of policies and laws that underpin the investment, then of course investors start to be nervous, right? And so I think a long stride. The work that is being done right now with the PIB, as well as the pricing committee work to really take a hard look at the price of gas, will really go a long way to unlocking the gas industry. I think one point to really think about as well is a lot of investors are being challenged by their shareholders around carbon and decarbonization, and so we will start to see more challenge in funding, and we do need to think about that as we look forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Again, it's about pricing, and it is about public policy that is very important. That means we need to balance, strategically speaking, the mutuality of interest and the role of government at this stage, where really the market is really fluid. And that's why I'm going to bring Bankole in, because the aggregation aspect of it is supposed to be temporary. But how long do we need to understand that the market has two aspects to it? It's just like cutting a piece of cloth with one blade. The market has demand aspect and there's a supply aspect. And the market does not just evolve, it matures. But the role of government may be such a way that they activate the market dynamic to become equilibrated so as to be able to determine price accurately. You've had the investors. You are an aggregator man. Come on, talk to us.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to start by addressing the core mandate of Gas Aggregation Company of Nigeria, GSN, because there's a lot of misunderstanding in the public space. Our core responsibility is basically ensuring adequate gas supply to the strategic sector of the gas market. We do this in collaboration with DPR through a mechanism called the domestic supply obligation, which is a stipulation for every gas producer in Nigeria to mark a certain volume to the domestic market. And then on the back of that, GSCN issues what is called a gas purchase order. And I'm happy to report that as of today, the DSO portfolio is about 4 billion scope of gas per day. The target for 2023 is 5 billion scope of gas. Our GPA portfolio is about 2.6 billion scope of gas per day, but it doesn't stop there. We also have, as our core mandate, what I call intermediation, which is basically linking buyers of gas with sellers of gas. GSCN actually does not determine price in the strict sense of it. So till date, it's not just a relationship management responsibility, it's galvanizing the parties to conclude the gas sales and purchase agreements expeditedly. It's operationalizing the gas to make sure that the gas actually flows. It's contract management because it's a long-term relationship. Till date, we have 33 signed gas sales and aggregation agreements representing about 1.7 BCF of gas. Now, in the last 17 months, as a response to the strong leadership that we have in the oil and gas sector, all thanks to people like the Honorable Minister of State, to the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, N.I.P.S, and all other oil and gas leaders, we've had to rejig our focus. So currently, we are going to the market space instead of allowing the market to come to us. Last year, we had the Southeast Gas Forum. The Honorable Minister was very instrumental to the success of that event. This year, on the 29th of July, we have the AKK Forum in Kano. These are direct engagements with the market, and as a result of that, we're bringing more opportunities to gas producers. We are putting the virtual pipeline companies in play. And I like the word that was used, collaboration and partnership. And these two words, it signifies the modus operandi of GSCN. So we have strategic partnership with all the major influencers, with entities like NCDMB, Nigerian Gas Company. Last year, GSCN supported the operationalization of 479 million scope of gas. This is additional value to the system. This is gas into the network. We are also focusing, rather than endlessly complain about the challenges of the power sector, in the last 12 months, we are engaging with those we call the captive embedded power companies. Till date, over 60 million scope of gas has been made available through the GPOs to these captive embedded companies based on 100% payment performance, because we know payment performance is the issue of the gas sector. Other steps we're taking is focusing on priority projects of government, such as the Autogas initiative, gas penetration nationwide. We're developing framework for collaboration with state governments, and these are creating new values.
Thank you.
In terms of, just to wrap it up,
yes.
GSCN in the decade of gas, we are prioritizing working with partners on gas trading, on gas portfolio management, on the Autogas initiative. And we have become and will continue to demonstrate competence as the one-stop shop for gas commercialization, value expansion in the marketplace. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. We're looking at time, but price that allows the seller to sell. It is the signal that allows the buyer to buy, and it is the signal that allows investor to put money in the market. Mr. Agbaje, the ball is in your court. Pricing gas so that investors will be happy, consumers will be happy, and the sellers will be happy. What is the PPPRA role in this gas of decade? Am I wrong? Are you not Mr. Agbaje?
Yes, you're very
Are you not
correct.
from PPPRA?
Thank you very
Hey,
much.
you are looking at me as if I don't know you.
Because right now, I'm particularly not wearing the PPRA cap. I'm wearing the NGP cap. And so I would rather focus on NGP. But of course, I'm going to touch on the pricing aspect a little bit, even though the head of the gas pricing committee is here. I actually speak on behalf of the National Gas Expansion Program, which is an initiative put in place by the Honorable Minister and chaired by Dr. M.M. Ibrahim. We've had a lot said about the decade of gas, but lest we forget, prior to the decade of gas, we had 2020, the year of gas. So the work had actually started way back January 2020, when the Honorable Minister established the National Gas Expansion Program Steering Committee to drive the whole year of gas. This was in January 2020. The committee is made up of key stakeholders in the gas sector, parastatals of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, the DPR, PPPRA, NCDMB, and teams, members of staff of the Minister of Petroleum Resources, the Permanent Secretary assuming the driving force. And so over the last 18 months, what we are talking about today has been work ongoing in terms of putting in place structures and ensuring that the sensitization for gas is created. So the committee was established with specific mandates: promote auto gas development, generally expand the demand and the supply of gas. And so we had to hit the ground running, and we had able leadership, hundreds of hours of endless meetings, and various strategies were adopted to ensure that this mandate is delivered. Ensure LPG penetration. How do you ensure LPG penetration? That means we have to develop a micro distribution system that ensures that Nigerians have access to gas, even at the rural areas. That means that one of the best kept secrets of gas in Nigeria, which is auto gas, had to be unveiled. So we need to develop the auto gas market. And also we identified the fact that we have estates in Nigeria that don't seem to understand that it's better for them to have a reticulated system in place where gas can be piped instead of carrying cylinders in and out of buildings. So we actually had the work cut out for us, and various strategies were adopted. And one of the key directives we were given right from the very beginning from the minister is that, look, this program must be owned by all Nigerians. It's not a federal government program. The states, the local governments, the operators must buy into it. Nigerians must buy into it, and that is the only way it's going to make a difference and it's going to succeed. So basically from day one, we set out working, and the committee basically has traversed the length and breadth of Nigeria. And that's why today, for instance, we have a situation where we have, in Ekiti State, for instance, you have National Gas Expansion Program, Ekiti Branch, National Gas Expansion Program, Anambra, National Gas Expansion Program, Imo. So the objective is to cascade this program to sub-national levels, to various interests, and ensure that Nigerians buy into it. We've had the testimony of Greenville. But let me assure you that that's just one of the various testimonies. If you have Gasco Marine, for instance, come here, you also hear testimonies of what they are doing. If you have Sagas Energy come here, you have testimonies of what is going on in the market, actual developments. If you have Total Support come here also, you are going to have testimonies of actual developments that are taking place. So over the last 18 years, the ministry, the committee, government have taken this conversation beyond the level of mere conversations. Actions are actually taking place. And that's why it's important that we challenge the press also. I'm happy Greenville mentioned this. The press need to highlight and emphasize the quiet revolution that is going on in the gas sector. I want to assure the Honorable Minister once again that we have moved beyond the level of rhetoric. A lot of action is taking place and the momentum is actually gathering. Unfortunately, there's not much time to break it down.
Yes,
but
please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, we must not underestimate a marginal beginning. You take one step, the second step, the third step, and we can become like Qatar. We were actually ahead of them. So we must commend the effort from even the predecessor, and I think I mentioned it earlier. I'm impressed with the Minister of State today, not just abandoning the gas policy of yesterday, and I hope maybe next time another minister will not abandon this particular noble project. What we can see is that this is an interplay. Everybody must play their part and play it well. Let me emphasize again, the investor, the consumer, the government. At this stage of gas development in Nigeria, the role of the government is so key. And that's why I'll say, like I said on the first day of this conference, I will not sacrifice a good PIB for a perfect BIB. That means let's pass what we have. Like Nigerian content is adding value today. It wasn't perfect when it was passed. We must go ahead and pass this PIB and work with it. Let me apologize for not recognizing Mr. Ogunleye properly. Olalekan, I call you a wrong name, my apology. So I want to thank you again. I want you to sacrifice for your food. So, Mr. Osuji, I'm not going to ask for questions from the audience so they can go and have their food. Again, thank you for the invitation.
I couldn't have had a better moderator than your humble self, Prof. Thank you very much. Halima, where are you? Can we present them with the gifts and then I will call on the speakers earlier. That will be it. Well, thank you. You are the most wonderful. Wow. My goodness. You are the best audience in the world. You are the best. You are the best. Let me tell you something. These 2 or 3 hours of fasting you did today, I'm converting it to a prayer point that this PIB will be passed this month in Jesus' name. Anyway, thank you also very much. You've been most wonderful. Truly appreciate it. Oh! Yes. Okay, so when we're done with that, thank you, Excellency. Thank you. Paparazzi, I need to do a wrap-up. Yes, please sit down, Your Excellency, please sit down. Thank you. Paparazzi, thank you. Paparazzi. Thank you. Please join them. Please join them. After, I will give them. Oh, I need to serve this one. Just got in for now. Let me take this one. Don't worry, you will get their own gift. I told you, Alima, they will get their own gift. When we get their own gift, we'll take pictures. They'll get their own gift. Let's just take this quick rapport from the Special Advisor to the Minister on Gas, Engineer Saidu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richmond. Sometimes you have to struggle for your right. I was getting marginalized, so I have to come up and remind Richmond that, look, we need some kind of intervention and then wrap up. But then I will not be in between you and lunch, I must say. First thing, as an intervention, I must say that we thank the Honorable Minister of State for keeping the flag flying, for really maintaining this summit. But one thing I have to plead as an intervention is that gas, as we are declaring decade of gas, definitely you must agree with me, gas requires more than few hours of N.I.P.S. You can imagine the kind of challenge we had. So much has to be said, but then within a little time. So advocacy is that we have to give more time to gas in the subsequent programs. Honorable Minister, the journey started a long time ago. For some of us who grew up in this business, I, for one, discovered gas over 30 years ago, not in terms of molecules, but I just came into interaction with it incidentally as a youth copper then, and I found myself in a two-room department of an N.P.S called Gas LNG department. But I must say, over these 30 years or so, that two-room department has metamorphosed into companies. Nigerian Gas Company, Nigerian Gas Marketing Company, and today we even have Gas and Power Directorate under an N.P.S. And at that time, there were only 3 power plants that were linked to gas: Afam, Ugeli, and Sapele. Today, we have over 20 power plants linked to gas. At that time, we had about only 200 kilometers of pipelines. Today, we have over 2,000. And at that time, again, we were just managing a concept called LNG. Today, we are talking of Train 7+. So the journey has been recording some successes, but then too slow. And if we are to replicate that, or even duplicate it, or triple it within a decade, then you can imagine the challenges. Engineer Yusuf Usman just gave us a highlight of the head figure of about 40 to 50 billion, which we must get and implement such journey within the next 5 years. Because for us to realize the decade, the journey must start today, infrastructure gap must be filled today, and then most importantly, today we have power plants that are not running simply because they don't have gas. So for me, really, the molecules are as a matter of necessity. And here comes what the panel have all been discussing: infrastructure deficit, right pricing, and of course funding. All these are issues that we have to resolve within these few years we have, because I cannot talk about decade really. The journey is really for about 2, 3, 4 years. Because anything that we don't implement, if we don't come back this same place next year, reading out a catalog of successes, reading out a catalog of differences between where we are today and where we are next year, then we have not started. But for me, the journey is very well and it's going to be steered well, and we have a good pilot that can fly us on these wings of gas. Thank you very much for listening.
We'll give you your own gifts now. COO, please go that way. COO, please take your own gifts now. Halima, let's give to COO. Let's give to let's give to Mr. Nuhu Yakubu. Let's give to Mr. Nuhu Yakubu as well. Ufoma is here. Ufoma, where are you? I would have received on behalf of the honorable member, but I will let some other person receive. They've given him. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you all very much. Lunch is served. Oh my goodness, you're just wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for lunch is served. Please, I've been asked to say that lunch is served for speakers and VIP in the Lagos or Benue Oshun room or so. So please, it is for speakers. It is for speakers and the VIPs. Delegates, you know where your lunch is served. Enjoy. Time is, when we come back from this lunch, we'll do train 7. We'll do train 7. We'll have a conversation around train 7. This is 3:05. We'll come back at 4 p.m. and have the train 7 conversation and start getting ready for the closing ceremony. So please, let's come back at 4 p.m. to conclude. Enjoy lunch. Enjoy lunch. Thank you very much.